Welcome to this story of passion, desire, and irresistible chemistry. Turn up the volume, sink into the moment, and let the emotions take over. Want to win a free bundle of 3 audiobooks? Comment Dark Mafia Romance below for a chance to win. No limit on entries. Comment as many times as you like. I will select 5 random comments. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for new books every weekend.
Dark Temptation, Dark Mafia Romance. Dark Devotion Series, Volume 2. Anya, Sugar. Published by Anya SG, 2025.
Table of Contents. Title page. Copyright page. Dark Temptation, Dark Mafia Romance, Dark Devotion Series Number 2. Prologue. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Sign up for Anya Sugar's mailing list. Also by Anya Sugar. Dahlia. I thought I'd survived hell, until I learned the devil had enemies darker than him. They call him the Ghost, a phantom who knows every secret, every sin. And now Pietro's war is mine. Every night, I wonder if I'll wake up in his arms or in my grave.
Pietro. The ghost wants blood, my blood, and I'll spill oceans before I let him touch her. My empire is collapsing, my enemies are closing in, and still she looks at me like I'm worth saving. Dahlia doesn't understand, love makes you weak. And weakness in my world gets you killed. This is Book 2 in the Dark Devotion series. Reading order. Dark Instinct, Dark Temptation, Dark Craving.
Prologue. They say silence is peace. Whoever said that never lived with ghosts. Because silence in this world doesn't mean calm. It means someone's plotting. Someone's watching. Someone's waiting to strike. And lately, the silence feels deafening. Sometimes I think I can hear him in it, the one they call the ghost. Not his voice exactly, but the echo of it, like a whisper against my skin. It's madness, I know. But the longer you live among killers, the more you start to feel the dead breathing down your neck. I used to believe fear was simple, a quickened pulse, a shiver down the spine. Now I know it's more subtle than that. Fear is the taste of metal on your tongue when you lie to survive. It's the way your body learns to stay still, even when your mind is screaming. It's loving a man who could destroy everything with one command, and trusting him anyway. Pietro says he can protect me. But protection is a beautiful word in a world like ours, delicate, dangerous, and always temporary. He can guard my body. He can cage my heart. But how does he protect me from what's coming for him? I watch him at night sometimes. When he's sleeping, he looks almost human, the hard lines of his face softened by the dark. His hand always reaches for me, even unconsciously, as though his body refuses to let me drift too far. It's in those moments I remember what love once felt like. The kind that doesn't hurt to hold. But then morning comes and the warmth fades and I see the scars, not the ones on his skin but the ones in his eyes. He carries ghosts too. And lately, they're getting louder. There's a name he doesn't say out loud. A name that turns his jaw to stone and his gaze to steel. I don't ask anymore. I just listen to the spaces between his words. That's where the truth hides. Because in the Mafia, truth isn't spoken, it's bled. He thinks he can keep me safe by keeping me in the dark. But darkness doesn't protect, it blinds. And I've spent enough nights drowning in his secrets to know that what we don't see is always what kills us first. Still I stay. Not because I'm weak, but because I love him. And maybe that's the cruelest weakness of all. There's something intoxicating about the way he commands the world. The way his enemies tremble when they hear his name. The way he touches me after violence, his hands still shaking, needing me to remind him that he's still alive. He doesn't say, "I love you" often. He doesn't have to. He says it when his voice roughens against my ear, and he calls me Bella Mia like a prayer. He says it when he shields me with his body, and takes the bullet meant for me in his silence. He says it every time he looks at me like I'm both his salvation and his punishment. But lately something feels wrong. Different. There's tension in his shoulders that even my touch can't ease. Phone calls that stop when I enter the room. Meetings that last until dawn. And the shadows in his eyes, they're darker now, heavier. He tells me not to worry. He tells me to trust him. But trust is a fragile thing in our world. One whisper, one betrayal, and it all comes crashing down. Sometimes I wish I could go back. Back to before I knew his name. Before I learned how power tastes on a man's skin. Before I learned that love can be the most dangerous weapon of all. But the past is gone. And if I'm honest, I don't think I'd take it back even if I could. Because as much as this life terrifies me, it also thrills me. The danger, the secrecy, the forbidden. The way the line between passion and destruction blurs until I can't tell which side I'm on. There are moments, in the middle of his rage, in the middle of a kiss that feels like confession and punishment, when I see the boy beneath the monster. The part of him that still remembers what it was like to love without blood on his hands. And I think that's why I can't leave. Because if there's even a chance that I can bring that part of him back, then maybe there's hope for both of us. Maybe love isn't meant to save us. Maybe it's meant to damn us together. But the air around us is shifting. I can feel it. A storm is coming, not the kind that breaks buildings, but the kind that breaks people. And this time, I'm not sure either of us will survive it whole. I keep telling myself it's just another enemy, another war. But deep down, I know it's something else. Something that doesn't just want to kill Pietro. It wants to destroy everything that makes him human. And when that happens, I'll have to decide which version of him I can live with, the man I love or the monster he's becoming. They call him the Devil of Rome. But I've seen something worse than the devil. Something colder. Smarter. Hidden in the dark. They call it the ghost. And if the whispers are true, it's coming for us both. So I do what I always do. I paint my lips red, wear my fear like perfume, and smile like I'm not breaking inside. Because in this life, you don't get to be afraid. You get to survive, or you don't. I may be the devil's bride. But I'll never be his victim. Not to Pietro. And not to the ghost that haunts us. If this is the war he's been waiting for, then so be it. Let the world burn. Because I'd rather die beside him in flames than live without him in peace.
Chapter 1. Pietro. In recent times, I began, leaning forward and tucking a cigarette between my lips. For the past 4 months, if I'm being precise, our shipments have been getting hit. We've had a hell of a time getting product through the borders of Colombia and Ecuador. And I'm surprised, considering I have high-class politicians and those bitches in the embassies on my payroll. I pulled the cigarette free and watched Marcello's face harden. He oversaw distribution from Colombia into Ecuador and from Paraguay into Argentina. He opened his mouth to answer, but I cut him off. Look, Marcello, we recovered those shipments because of my moves, I added, deliberately cocky. But somehow problems always happen when the drugs hit Ecuador. You can't blame me, he muttered. Customs rotate officers constantly, and those border posts. I have men posted from Venezuela to Guyana in the east, and Brazil in the west, I said, cold. My drugs pass through clean. Carlos handles that, and the politicians take their cut. I pay them less than what you get in Ecuador and Colombia. Marcello reached for the glass of water on my desk, and gulped it like a man trying to steady his hands. I had a lot on my plate, and I wasn't in the mood for excuses. Marcelo, where does the money I send to Ecuador and Colombia go? Into your pockets? I asked, watching him closely. Fear showed in his face, his spine stiffened. Pietro, we're business partners. How would you think I'd steal from you? We are not partners, I said flatly. You are my pawn in Colombia. You're the Constanzo Justice family's ambassador over there. I control the game. Marcello's scowl deepened. Pathetic, he could imagine equality. I want transaction records for every transfer from Ecuador to Colombia on my desk in 1 week, I ordered, banging my fist on the mahogany between us. He nodded, reluctant. I received the new plans for the drug farm you sent. I don't understand the financial terms. What's not to understand? I asked, leaning back and blowing smoke in slow curls. My profit share, Marcelo said. I'm cutting it, I replied. You can't do that, he protested. I work my ass off too, capo de capi, I said, exhaling a laugh that wasn't amused. You sneaky asshole. You'll only get paid from heroin sales. Everything else, cocaine, opium, crystal meth, narcotine, and the like, is off your table. His eyes widened. You're cutting my cut. I supply most of this. I move product from New Mexico down to Colombia. Stefano takes over from you. I signed contracts. He'll move product into Europe and the Middle East. Luciano covers the Middle East and Africa, I said, sliding an amended contract across the desk. Marcello's hands shook as he picked up the pen and read. This isn't fair, capo, he almost whimpered. At the snap of my fingers, the guard by the door came forward with an envelope. I flipped it open and tossed glossy photos onto the desk. Marcello's wife, Vanessa, 29, and his daughter, Lillian, 10. Horror flitted across his face. The fucker never thought I'd find out he was married. These were taken, he started. This morning, I finished, voice soft as a guillotine. A bullet through their heads will end their lives, I said, savage and slow. Marcello went pale. His hands trembled as he met my gaze. I leaned back in my chair, hands on my thighs, waiting for him to choose. He swallowed and signed. A satisfied smile edged my mouth. Good. Get out. I'll see you when I need you. He left. I watched him go and let myself hiss in annoyance. How dare he make me leave my wife in the middle of our making to deal with this shit? My men filtered in then. Thomas, Dante, Luca, Cesare, Rocco, pulling seats and sitting across from me. Marcello was fuming once he stepped out, Thomas said, laughing darkly. He thinks he can betray me and walk away, Dante scoffed. I chuckled low. I punished him. I sharpened my gaze on my capos. We need identities for the victims from yesterday's shootout, I said. Rocco passed me an envelope. I opened it and scanned the profiles. Nothing remarkable except Mario, my father's personal guard. Send $1 million to each of their families, I ordered. We're not monsters. Let them bury their dead if they want, if not, we'll handle it. Their choice. Pietro, Dante said, voice dropping, you wouldn't believe what we discovered. I kept my face unmoving. The records show Mario quit his job a day before his death. What? I said, stunned. Suspicious, Cesare said in unison with Dante. Mario must have known something, I mused, stroking my chin. What if it's coincidence? Dante pressed. I raised an eyebrow. He had 6 gunshot wounds. He didn't have a firearm on him. What if the attackers took the gun after? Luca offered. From a dead man. I countered, and Luca fell silent. If your hunch is right, Pietro, then we've got a storm coming, Dante said, exhaling. I stood, grabbed my suit jacket, and took a long swallow of the whiskey before me. Get me Mario's phone, and everything on his communications. Dante, we need to pay my father a visit.
Chapter 2. The guards went rigid as Pietro strode toward his father's office. Their eyes dropped to the floor, and they nodded once at his and Dante's arrival. Dante let out a long breath and pulled his gun from the holster. Why are you pulling your piece, Cazzo? Pietro asked softly, throwing a sidelong look at him. Dante shrugged. In case one of them pisses their pants. I don't know why they go pale whenever they see you. Pietro smiled at the thought. Let them be afraid. He liked how fear made people small. He shoved the door open and walked in with Dante. The office air was cool and formal, everything arranged the way old men like Michael preferred it. Coffee brown walls with crisp white lines. Heavy curtains, white tile accents, a two-seater couch and a syrup brown coffee table. Shelves lined with old books and a few fake plants, trying to look alive. Michael looked up over his glasses, dark eyes studying them both. He cleared his throat and returned to the files on his mahogany desk. Glad my children came to visit, he said with a thin, false chuckle. Pietro pulled a black chair out and sat without ceremony. Dante sat beside him. Drop the gun, son. I'm your father, not a criminal, Michael said, and Dante set the weapon on the desk. Mr. Michael, Pietro began, voice low and cold. His father raised a brow. Save the formality. What do you want? I don't have all day, Michael muttered, eyes flicking between them. Look, father, we have an issue, Dante said. Spill it, Michael snapped. Do you know Mario is dead? Pietro asked, leaning forward, hands on the desk. Michael went pale. What? How? When? Where? There was a shootout at Caravella last night. He was found dead, Pietro said. Michael stared, speechless for a beat. Pietro pushed on. Why did Mario quit his job? Michael blinked. He just quit. You let him go without asking why? Dante pressed. Of course I did. He's worked with me for years. Maybe he wanted a break from the hustle, Michael said, defensive. Such a stupid mistake, Pietro spat. Pietro. Michael slammed a fist on the desk, anger snapping from him. What? It was a stupid mistake. This is a mafia, not a church. Emotions don't run things. Rules do. You let a guard go without finding out why. You didn't tell me, Pietro shot back. Dante watched them argue and stifled a laugh. Pietro shot him a warning look. If you weren't my father, I'd think you had a hand in this, Pietro said quietly, barely containing the heat under his words. Pietro, are you insane? Michael barked. How could I be involved? He resigned, I let him. He's gone now. Why suspect me? Was he the only one killed? He wasn't the only one, Dante cut in. But he had more gun wounds than the rest. Michael was stunned. What? Yes, father, Pietro said, voice flat and bitter. We came for answers and we found none. Check the security cameras, Michael suggested weakly. We can't. The attackers turned everything off before they opened fire, Dante said. Michael rubbed his temples. I'm sorry for everything. Save it, Pietro said, standing. He left the office with Dante on his heels. We're at a roadblock, Dante said as they got to Pietro's car. We need the surveillance footage, Pietro said. Are you deaf? They switched the cameras off before the shooting, Dante snapped. I know that. But there are hours before the attack. Footage from early hours could show something. Start there, Pietro said. It could be Ivan, it could be someone else. I don't know yet. But that bastard will be pleased if this came from him. Dante gave a weary grin. Fuck it. I'm tired. Pietro started the engine, and the car purred to life. Questions crowded his head. Why did Mario have more wounds than the others? Who planned the attack? Why quit the day before his death? How many enemies would he have to fight? He knew the answer to that last one. A lot. This life bred enemies, gunfights and betrayals were the norm. I'll find you, Ghost, he promised into the dark. I'll find you and I'll slaughter you like a pig. Bianca pushed through the mansion's great oak doors as evening bled across the sky, blue, orange and pink streaks painting the world in a soft false peace. She'd left after her morning quarrel with Dahlia to attend to business, but tonight she'd returned for one thing only, the spare flash drive. The thought made her pulse quicken. She only hoped Dahlia hadn't hidden it somewhere clever. The house buzzed with the usual activity, workers moving like small, purposeful shadows, but there was no sign of Dahlia, Aurora, or Sophia. Bianca swept her gaze across the foyer, then lifted a hand to stop a passing maid. "Come here," she ordered. The girl approached in tiny, frightened steps. "Yes," she replied, voice small. "Kai ia casa?" Bianca asked coolly. The maid swallowed. "Nessuno." "Dove si trova Dahlia?" Bianca pressed. "Dahlia e Aurora andato al supermercato," the maid stammered. "Puoi andare?" Bianca said, voice icy. The girl scurried away, and Bianca's smile sharpened. Perfect. Opportunity. She moved through the house with practiced ease, smoothing the small signs of movement from her path so she wouldn't attract attention. Who would suspect her? No one, she thought. No one at all. At the top of the stairs she paused, listening for voices. The coast clear, she slipped into Pietro and Dahlia's suite and closed the door behind her. This room had never been hers. She had begged Pietro to bring her here, to claim it for her, and he had refused. Now, seeing the bed, knocked cushions, the faint impression of two bodies, her hands tightened into fists. He'd slept here with Dahlia. He'd fucked her here. The image set her blood boiling. "Calm down, Bianca," she told herself, voice low. "Very soon he'll be yours." She began searching with methodical fury, leaving everything as she'd found it so Dahlia wouldn't notice. Time crawled, her panic was a drumbeat in her ears. She was about to give up when, at the far edge of the dark side wardrobe, something black caught a sliver of light. It was almost invisible, camouflaged against the wood. The flash drive. She didn't hesitate. She snatched it up, fingers trembling with triumph. It felt heavier than it looked. For a beat she simply stared at it, the world narrowing to that small rectangular prize. But what if Dahlia notices it's gone? Bianca murmured, already knowing the theater she intended to stage. A cackle escaped her, soft and satisfied. "That's the point," she whispered. She let her mind play out the scenarios, Dahlia frantic, searching pockets and drawers, accusing the household, panic blooming into mistakes. The little woman's composure would crack, Pietro's patience would fray, cracks would open. Bianca tasted the possibilities and smiled. "I'll deal with you, Dahlia," she promised into the quiet room, voice low and dangerous. "You will either leave this house or you will die in it. You haven't seen Pietro's worst side yet. I'll make sure he releases it on you. That's my promise, Mrs. Pietro. Justice." Chapter 3. Dahlia. The room was dark, the only light came from the cold blue glow of my laptop screen. I was scrolling through pages of tech companies, searching for open positions. It felt like I was the only person in this mansion who wasn't working. Pietro made sure I had everything, luxury, comfort, peace, but lately it all felt like a cage. Like I was a housewife. And I hated that word. I hated the feeling. I needed a job. Something to keep me busy. Something to distract me from the silence that always followed Pietro's absence. The wind slipped through the open window, tossing my braids across my face. I turned toward it, the moon's pale light barely fought its way through the fog. A heavy sigh left my lips. Pietro still wasn't home. Would he even come back tonight? He hadn't come back last night. No calls. No texts. Just silence. My eyes flicked toward my phone on the nightstand. Nothing. I tried calling him again, busy. Always busy. He couldn't even have the decency to call, knowing I'd be worried sick? I wanted to scream. Instead, I shut my eyes tight and forced the anger down my throat. But then, Bianca's words crawled back into my mind like poison. What if he's not working? What if he's with another woman? My stomach nodded. Wasn't I enough? A knock broke through my thoughts. Sharp. Rapid. My eyes snapped open, heart thundering. The door creaked. Disheveled hair. Steel blue eyes. blood on his shirt. I didn't need to ask what he'd been doing. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The darkness wrapped around him, pulling at his shadow. He stopped right in front of me, hands in his pockets, watching me, reading me. I refused to look at him. My focus stayed on the laptop, though my pulse betrayed me. I could feel his stare, that quiet, dangerous pull. "Baby girl," his baritone voice broke through the silence. "Daddy's home." "Let Daddy go back to wherever he came from," I scoffed, eyes still on the screen. "Dahlia. Look at me." I stood, set the laptop on the vanity, still ignoring him. "Dahlia," I said, "look at me." His voice turned sharp, commanding. He grabbed my arms and spun me toward him. "Why?" I snapped, eyes locking with his. "You left since last night. No calls, no texts." "I tried calling, it's always busy." "What the fuck, Pietro? Do you realize I'm your wife?" He said nothing. Just stared. Silent. Infuriatingly silent. "Talk, Pietro. Are you working, or are you just—" My voice dropped to a whisper. "Using your Mafia as an excuse to meet other women?" His eyes darkened instantly. And before I could blink, he pushed me against the wall. The breath rushed out of me. His face was inches from mine, his gaze burning with restrained fury. The silence between us crackled. Leaning down, he whispered, voice gravel and smoke, "I am a lot of things, baby girl, but I am not a cheat." His grip shifted from my arms to my waist, holding me there firm and possessive. "Pietro, you?" His lips pressed to my neck, wet and deliberate, teeth grazing my skin. My knees nearly buckled. "Bella," he groaned, voice husky, breath hot against my ear. "Pietro, stop," I breathed out, weakly pushing at his chest. "You're mine, baby," he murmured, lips trailing against my throat. "We fight, yes, but your pretty ass belongs to me. So make a fuss all you want." My body trembled under his touch. The anger was gone, swallowed by the rush of heat between us. "Pietro, please," I whispered, tears pricking my eyes. "Don't let your work come between us." He stopped, lifted his head. His blue eyes met mine, soft, sincere, and burning all at once. "Dahlia, I love you," he said, cupping my cheeks. "I'd never betray your trust. I am many things, but never a cheat. I can't promise to be perfect, but I'll give you everything I have, even my life if it means keeping you safe. You're my light, my treasure. Nothing will ever come between us." A few tears slipped free. "I love you too, Pietro," I whispered. He kissed the tears from my skin. "Let me shower, wife," he murmured with a wink. "We still have unfinished business." My cheeks flushed crimson. I nodded, speechless. I watched him disappear into the bathroom, the faint sound of water filling the silence. Then I lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, my heart still racing. My husband. My love. My weakness. Pietro's lips crashed into mine the moment his body pressed me into the bed. A fierce, dominating kiss that stole my breath and ignited a wildfire in my core. His tongue invaded my mouth, hot and demanding, tasting of whiskey and raw desire, leaving no room for thought, only surrender. His weight pinned me down, all hard muscle and searing heat, his broad shoulders and chiseled chest a fortress of power against my softer frame. My body shuddered, the inferno in my stomach consuming me, every nerve alight as I melted beneath him, my pussy already clenching with need, my clit throbbing in anticipation. His hands, rough and unyielding, gripped my thighs, forcing them apart with a possessive strength that made me gasp into his mouth. I fisted my fingers into his raven black hair, thick and silky, pulling him closer, desperate to fuse our bodies. My hips arched instinctively, pressing my breasts against his chest, feeling the hard planes of his muscles through his shirt. He growled, low and primal, the sound vibrating through me, and his hands slid from my thighs to my back, fingers tracing the curve of my spine, sending electric shivers that made my pussy pulse. My skin burned under his touch, bare and sensitive, as he deftly unhooked my bra, yanking it off with a vicious tug and flinging it across the room, the fabric landing somewhere in the shadows. His lips left mine, trailing a scorching path down my neck, nipping at the sensitive skin before latching onto my breast. He sucked hard on my nipple, his tongue swirling, teeth grazing just enough to spark a delicious sting that shot straight to my core. I moaned, loud and unrestrained, my back arching off the bed, offering myself to him as my pussy grew slicker, dripping with want. His other hand slid down, hooking into my panties and ripping them away, the fabric tearing with a soft snap. I squirmed, my body melting into an ecstasy so intense I could barely breathe, my chest heaving, my mind lost in the sensation of his mouth on my breast, his fingers brushing the sensitive skin of my inner thighs. "Dahlia," he groaned against my skin, his voice rough, thick with lust, "you're fucking perfect." My hands roamed his body, exploring the sculpted contours of his chest, the taut ridges of his abs, the faint scars that marked him. A jagged line across his left pec, a coiled dragon tattoo curling over his shoulder, its ink stark against his olive skin. He was a masterpiece of strength and danger, and I wanted to consume him, to claim him as fiercely as he claimed me. My fingers trailed lower, tugging at the waistband of his shorts, untying them with eager, trembling hands. He helped me, kicking them off, revealing his cock, thick, hard, pulsing with need, the tip glistening with precum. I wrapped my hand around him, stroking slow, feeling the velvet heat, the throb of his desire under my fingers. He groaned, his teeth biting down on my nipple, sending a jolt of pleasure pain that made my pussy clench. His mouth left my breast, trailing downward, nibbling at my throat, my collarbone, the soft curve of my belly, until he reached my inner thigh. His hot breath fanned my skin, teasing, tortuous, and I shivered, my pussy dripping, my clit aching for his touch. When his lips finally connected with my folds, I gripped the sheets, my knuckles white, my body trembling as his tongue glided inside, slow and deliberate, tasting every inch of me. My eyes rolled back, pupils dilating, my mind ablaze with a fire so intense it consumed every thought. "You're so sweet," he hummed, his voice vibrating against my clit, sending another wave of pleasure crashing through me. I parted my legs wider, subconsciously begging for more, and he obliged, slipping a finger inside, curling it against that perfect spot as he sucked on my clit, his tongue relentless, flicking and swirling. "Oh God," I moaned, my voice breaking, my hips bucking against his mouth. His other hand pinned my thigh to the bed, his nails digging into my flesh, the slight pain grounding me in the overwhelming pleasure. He added a second finger, thrusting slow at first, then faster, his mouth devouring me, licking and sucking until my pussy pulsed, my body teetering on the edge. He pulled his fingers out, licking them clean, his eyes locked on mine, dark and hungry, before diving back in, his tongue sliding deep, maneuvering through my folds with expert precision. My body was feverish, my walls clenching, and I cried out, my thighs trembling, but he held me firm, his grip bruising, his hunger insatiable. "Please, Pietro," I begged, my voice a desperate plea, my sex burning with need. His cock rubbed against my thigh, teasing, the friction driving me wild. "Please what?" he smirked, his lips glistening with my arousal as he rose, pressing his body against mine, his cock brushing my pussy, torturing me with its nearness. I fisted his hair, pulling his face to mine, our breaths mingling. "Fuck me please," I whispered, my voice raw, and his grin was wicked devilish. "I love seeing you beg," he said, his voice a low growl that sent shivers down my spine. He slammed into me, his cock stretching me, hitting my cervix with a force that made me jerk up, a wince of pain mixing with the pleasure. He paused, his eyes searching my face, concern flickering in their depths. "You okay, Bella?" he murmured, his voice softer now, and I nodded, my features relaxing as my body adjusted to his size. That was all he needed. In a flash he thrust again, hard and deep, his pace quickening, each drive more intense, the sound of our skin smacking together filling the room. "Don't close your eyes," he demanded, his voice rough, commanding. "I want those eyes on me as I fuck you." Our gazes locked, passion and lust swirling between us, and I moaned, my body racing toward ecstasy as he rocked inside me, relentless, unyielding. My hands clawed at his back, nails digging into his muscles, feeling them flex under my touch. "Your dick," I panted, my voice desperate, my hips lifting to meet him, craving every inch. He filled me completely, the sensation like a comet pulsing through me, shattering every thought. His mouth found my breast again, sucking hungrily, his teeth grazing my nipple as he thrust faster, harder, our bodies slick with sweat, beaded droplets rolling down his skin mixing with mine. My walls clenched around him, the pressure building, my orgasm cresting like a tidal wave. I cried out, my body convulsing, my pussy gripping his cock as I came, the pleasure so intense it bordered on pain. He groaned, deep and primal, his thrusts faltering as he released inside me, his cock pulsing, filling me with heat. He collapsed beside me, rolling over, both of us panting, sweat slicked and spent. "Dahlia, you drive me insane," he said, his voice husky, before pulling me into a deep, claiming kiss. I surrendered, my body weak, still trembling from the intensity. He pulled out, gazing at me, his eyes soft but hungry. "Are you already sleepy, Bella?" he teased, and I nodded, exhausted, my limbs heavy. He hauled me against his chest, his warmth enveloping me, planting soft kisses on my forehead. "I got to taste my goddess today, but I'm still not satisfied," he whispered, his voice low, promising. "Tomorrow, I'll have you again." I blushed, nodding as I melted into his embrace, my eyes fluttering shut, my body still humming with the fire only he could ignite. Chapter 4. Dahlia. Sunlight crept through the curtains, tracing lazy gold lines across the room. I squinted against the light, reaching out instinctively for the warmth beside me, the body I had surrendered myself to last night. Cold sheets. My eyes flew open. I rolled toward his side, but it was empty. "He's gone again." "Fuck," I muttered under my breath, burying my face in the pillow. His scent still lingered there, deep, musky, intoxicating. Memories of last night flooded back, and despite myself, I smiled. "You idiot," I whispered, giving my head a playful tap. "You should be mad he left before you woke up, not smiling like a fool." Still, I couldn't stop. I never could with him. With a sigh, I sat up and swung my legs off the bed, the tiles cool beneath my feet. A quick shower would help. Minutes later, wrapped in nothing but my bathrobe, I returned to the bedroom, towel drying my hair. Just as I was about to sit, the door handle turned. The knob twisted, then opened. Pietro stepped inside. I froze. He wasn't in his usual suit or even his business attire, just a black tank top and sweatpants. His hair was tied back, slightly messy, his forearms tense and veined. His muscles shifted under the light as he leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. God, he looked sinful. "You like what you see, Bella," he teased, a slow smirk spreading across his lips. "Stop drooling over me." I snapped my lips shut, mortified. I hadn't even realized I was staring. "Stop flattering yourself, Pietro," I shot back, trying to sound unimpressed, though my voice betrayed me. He chuckled, low, rich, and dangerous. Then, without warning, he peeled off his tank top. I swallowed hard, watching the play of muscle beneath his skin, the way his abs tensed and flexed. My fingers itched to touch him. When his gaze lifted, I quickly turned away, pretending to fix my robe. But he was already moving, closing the distance between us in steady, confident strides. His eyes raked over me from head to toe, the weight of it making my pulse stutter. "What?" I asked, breath catching. "You look beautiful, wife," he said, his voice low and smoky. Before I could respond, Pietro grabbed my hand and pulled me up, pressing me hard against his chest. My robe loosened slightly at the collar, and I gasped. "Pietro, what's gotten into you?" I whispered. He licked his bottom lip, slow and deliberate. "You," he said. "You, my goddess." Then his mouth was on mine, rough, hungry, claiming. I melted instantly, my arms wrapping around his neck as his hands roamed my back, pulling me closer, deeper, until there was no space left between us. Pietro's tongue claimed my mouth, a fierce, relentless invasion, sucking on my tongue with a raw hunger that drowned out every thought. His lips plundered mine, dominating, hot and dripping with lust, each kiss pulsing with a craving that set my core ablaze. I moaned, airy and desperate, into his mouth, my body trembling as the fire between us consumed me. His taste, dark, rich like whiskey and sin, overwhelmed me, and I felt him unraveling, his need for me a feral thing, alive and unyielding. My pussy clenched, already soaked, my clit throbbing as his hands gripped my thighs through the thin robe, forcing them apart with a possessive strength that made me shudder against his lips. I wrapped my legs around his waist, locking us together, my hips arching to press closer, feeling the hard ridge of his cock through his pants. In a sharp pivot, he slammed me against the wall, the cold surface a shock against my heated skin. A moan escaped, muffled by our kiss, but I couldn't stifle the pleasure seeping through, my body begging for more. Pietro kissed me like a starved beast, feeding on my lips, his hand squeezing my ass, fingers digging into the flesh through the robe hard enough to leave marks. My vulva was a wet pool, soaking through the fabric, and I felt his cock pressing right against it, teasing tortuous. He pulled me from the wall, only to slam me back again, rougher, his body grinding into mine, his dick a promise of what was coming. He sucked the air from my lungs, giving me his own to breathe, a cycle of need that left me dizzy, my head spinning. "Pete, calm down please," I panted, pulling back with effort, my chest heaving as I fought to catch my breath. My voice was shaky, barely cutting through the pounding of my heart. He didn't seem to hear, his lips nuzzling my neck now, hot and relentless, grazing the sensitive skin with teeth and tongue, sending shivers down my spine. He grabbed my hand, guiding it to his cock, and my eyes widened as I felt him, rock hard, thick, pulsing under my fingers, straining against his pants. "Oh shit," I whispered, my pussy throbbing at the feel of him, so ready, so desperate. "Let's fix that, baby," he murmured against my skin, his voice sultry, dripping with dark promise. In a fluid motion, he carried me to the bed, laying me down with a slow, predatory grace, his eyes glinting with a devilish hunger. "This," he said, tugging at my robe, "comes off." His voice was gravelly, a command that brooked no argument, and he yanked the fabric away, tossing it into the shadows. My body was bare, nipples hardening in the cool air, my pussy glistening, slick with arousal. I watched him strip, his shirt hitting the floor, revealing a chest carved from stone, broad, sculpted, inked with a sleek wolf tattoo curling over his pec, a jagged scar slicing across his abs, a testament to the battles he'd fought. His pants followed and his cock sprang free, thick, heavy, the tip slick with pre-cum, pulsing with need. My mouth watered, but a sudden urge surged through me, not to be taken but to take. "Let me be in control, Pete," I said, the words slipping out bold and raw before I could stop them. His eyes darkened, and he wrapped a large hand around my neck, his grip firm but not painful, sending a jolt of heat straight to my core. I gasped, my pussy clenching. "Are you sure, Principessa?" he asked in Italian, his voice low, teasing, a challenge wrapped in silk. I nodded, my breath catching, and he grinned, mischievous and wicked, before rolling onto his back, surrendering the lead. I leaned over him, taking his earlobe between my teeth, nibbling gently, and he groaned, husky and deep, the sound vibrating through me. My hands roamed his chest, fingers tracing the hard ridges of his abs, the ink, the scars, memorizing every inch of his battle-worn body. I centered myself over his cock, guiding the tip to my entrance, my pussy slick and ready. Slowly I sank down, shuddering as he stretched me, filling me completely, his thickness hitting every nerve inside me. "Fanculo. Voglio te cucciola," he growled in Italian, his eyes closing, his hands gripping my waist as he bucked his hips, driving deeper. His words, sultry and desperate, sent a thrill through me. He always slipped into Italian when we fucked, like English couldn't contain his need. I latched onto his shoulders, my nails digging into his skin, and leaned down, locking our lips in a kiss that was all heat and hunger, my tongue tangling with his. I rode him slow at first, savoring the feel of his cock buried deep, my pussy clenching around him, the friction setting my nerves ablaze. My moans spilled into our kiss, raw and unrestrained, as I picked up speed, my hips rolling faster, our skin smacking together, the sound echoing in the room. His hands tightened on my waist, guiding but not controlling, letting me set the pace. My clit grazed his pelvis with every thrust, sparks of pleasure building, my body trembling with the intensity of it. "Fuck Dahlia," he groaned, his voice breaking, and I felt him struggling, his cock pulsing inside me as I rode him harder, my nails leaving red trails across his shoulders. My tits bounced, sweat beading on my skin, mixing with his as our bodies moved in perfect sync, a dance of raw, unfiltered desire. I leaned back, my hands braced on his thighs, giving him a full view of my body, my breasts, my stomach, my pussy swallowing his cock. His eyes darkened, ravenous, and he thrust up to meet me, each drive deeper, harder, hitting that perfect spot that made my walls tighten, my breath catch. I was lost in him, in the feel of his cock filling me, the heat of his skin, the way his groans mixed with my moans. My pussy pulsed, the pressure building, a comet of sensation ready to explode. His hand slid between us, fingers finding my clit, rubbing fast, relentless, and I shattered, my orgasm crashing through me like a tidal wave, my pussy gripping his cock so tight he groaned, deep and primal. I cried out, my eyes locked on his, never breaking contact, my body convulsing with pleasure. He followed, his thrusts faltering as he spilled inside me, his cock throbbing, filling me with heat, his hips bucking one last time before stilling. I rode him, my hips grinding against his, each roll sending waves of heat through my core as his cock filled me, thick and unrelenting. Pietro's breathing grew low and ragged, the sound echoing in the room, a primal rhythm that matched the pulse of my pussy clenching around him. His hands found mine, fingers interlocking tightly, his grip grounding me as my walls tightened, the pressure building to a breaking point. "Don't hold it back, baby. Come for daddy," he ordered, his voice husky, dripping with command, and it shattered me. "Pietro!" I screamed, bliss tearing through me as my body convulsed, my juices flooding over his cock, my walls gripping him so tight I felt every inch of him pulse inside me. My vision blurred, my thighs trembling, but before I could catch my breath, he flipped me over with a swift, possessive move, pinning me on my back. He didn't pause, didn't give me a moment to recover, thrusting into me from behind with hard, deliberate strokes that bordered on painful, each one hitting deep, rocking my core. My pussy throbbed, still sensitive from my climax, and I moaned, my voice raw, my body surrendering to the intensity. "Pietro. Oh Lord. Please," I gasped, my braids gripped tight in his fist, his thrust quickening, turning my insides to liquid fire. "Adoro questa figa," he growled in Italian, his voice rough with need, and I felt him losing himself, his control fraying as he pounded into me. "Fuck sanity and gentle Bella. I want to fuck you so hard till just the thought of me makes you dripping wet with those honey juices," he said, his words gravelly, each syllable punctuated by a thrust that made my ass stick out more, his free hand pressing the arch of my back, forcing me into a perfect curve for him. "Cazzo. Dolce bambola. Merda," he groaned, his Italian spilling out as he went insane with need, his cock driving deeper, harder, each thrust relentless, shaking the bed. My nails clawed at the sheets, my bottom lip caught between my teeth as I released a moan that was half pleasure, half pain, struggling not to pass out from the intensity. My pussy pulsed, the familiar burn of another orgasm building unstoppable, as he fucked me without mercy, his hips slamming against my ass, the sound of skin on skin filling the room. I couldn't hold back. My legs shook, my body trembling as the sensation crested, and I screamed his name again, my second climax hitting harder, my pussy clenching around him, juices dripping down my thighs. He didn't stop, thrusting through my orgasm, his cock relentless, pushing me to the edge of sanity. "Holy fuck," he growled, his voice breaking as he finally released, his hot load spilling into me, mixing with my own wetness, his cock pulsing with each wave. He gripped my waist one last time, sinking into me so deep I moaned my loudest, the sound raw, desperate as my body shuddered under him. He let go, and I collapsed onto the bed, rolling onto my back, breathless, my chest heaving, sweat coating my skin in a glistening sheen. My pussy still throbbed, sensitive and aching, the aftershocks of pleasure rippling through me. Pietro stood, his sculpted body glistening, his chest broad and inked with a wolf tattoo curling over his pec, a scar slicing across his abs, a testament to his dangerous life. He grabbed his clothes, his cock still half hard, and groaned, "Dahlia, you drive me so crazy," his voice thick with satisfaction. "You clearly showed me that," I panted, my words broken, my body spent. He smirked, naughty and unapologetic, pulling on his pants. "We need to fuck every day so we can make babies, you know," he said, his eyes glinting with mischief. I tried to hold back a giggle, but it slipped out, my body too weak to resist the spark of amusement. "Should I help you freshen up?" he asked, one brow hiked, his tone teasing but edged with something darker. I shook my head quickly. No, please. We'd end up doing more and I clearly don't have the strength," I said, my voice shaky but firm. His face shifted, a serious, almost dangerous expression settling over him, making my skin prickle. "Are you refusing me?" he asked, his voice low, a shiver running through me. "Well, no. I stuttered, fear creeping in under his gaze, his presence suddenly overwhelming. He walked back to the bed, leaning over me, propping himself up with one arm while his other hand encircled my throat, his grip firm, possessive. I gasped, my eyes wide, my pussy throbbing despite the exhaustion. "Cucciola, don't tell me what to do ever again." "Got it?" he rasped, his spicy breath caressing my face, his eyes burning with a mix of desire and dominance. Yes," I replied, my voice trembling with fear and something else, arousal unbidden and undeniable. His grip tightened, just enough to make my head spin, my breath shallow. "Yes, what?" he demanded, his eyes giving me that come hither look, daring me to submit fully. "Sir." "Yes, sir," I managed, my voice barely a whisper as he choked me, the pressure sending a strange thrill through my body. "Brava ragazza," he chuckled, his rich voice warm with approval. "Good girl." He released my throat and I gasped, my chest heaving as I massaged the tender skin. "I'll be waiting for you downstairs, my goddess," he said, pulling on a shirt, his movements casual but his eyes lingering on me, a wink thrown my way as he walked out. I exhaled sharply, my hand still on my throat, my body buzzing with the aftershocks of his touch. Pietro was a mystery, too dominating, too intense, and yet every part of me craved him. I stared at the juices running down my thighs, my pussy still pulsing, and sighed, "Oh Lord," as I dragged myself toward the shower. Dahlia cheerfully walked down the stairs, a wide beam of happiness lighting up her face. Pietro had just fucked her so insanely moments earlier, and for once he'd stayed the whole night and into the morning. What could possibly make her happier than that? The mansion was alive with noise and movement. Thomas, Rocco, Luca, and Cesare were seated in the dining area, their low voices blending into laughter as they spoke with Pietro. Emilio was helping Aurora and the maids set up breakfast, balancing trays and dishes, filling the table with color and scent. Dahlia smiled softly. This was how it should be, everyone together, no one dashing out before dawn, no shadows of business hanging over the morning. But her peace faltered when Bianca entered the living room. The woman moved with her usual feline grace, sliding into the seat beside Pietro as though it belonged to her. Dahlia felt a strange hot pang spark deep inside her chest. "Relax," she told herself silently. "Bianca's just a friend." But if that were true, why did it hurt to see her there? She shook the thought away, clinging to her cheerful expression. "Ah, there's my lovely wife, the one I adore so much," Pietro announced playfully when he spotted her. Dahlia's cheeks warmed as he stood, snaking his arm around her waist and planting soft, wet kisses against her cheek. Bianca's stomach twisted. Her blood boiled at the sight, her fists curling so tightly that her nails nearly dug into her skin. From across the table, Thomas caught her glare and returned it, hard, warning, sharp. Bianca got the message. She unclenched her fists, forcing a polite smile that didn't reach her eyes. Pietro sat back down, pulling Dahlia onto his lap with a mischievous tug. She gasped, blushing furiously. "Pietro, stop," she whispered in his ear. He leaned in, his breath warm against her neck. "Tell me what to do one more time," he murmured, "and I'll make you scream those pretty sounds right here." Her whole body went still, heart racing, breath caught in her throat. Luca's voice cut through the moment, dry and teasing. "Pietro, if you're done with your public display, would you mind letting Dahlia greet us?" Pietro rolled his eyes. "Not a chance. Dahlia's mouth stays shut, unless I want it open." Laughter rippled across the table. Everyone, except Bianca. She sat stiffly, rage crawling up her throat like acid. Every affectionate touch, every stolen kiss between them made her vision blur with jealousy. "Very soon he'll be yours, Bianca," she repeated silently over and over like a prayer to keep herself from exploding. "Shall we eat?" Pietro said at last, glancing at the spread before them. "Looks like breakfast's ready." Just then, the mansion doors swung open. Sophia stepped in, her voice bright and cheerful. "Guess who I saw outside the gates?" she announced. A tall, familiar figure followed behind her. "The hell, Miles, it's you!" Dahlia exclaimed, her face lighting up as she stood abruptly from Pietro's lap. Even Pietro looked surprised. Bianca's eyes flicked toward Miles. She offered him a slow, coy smile. He smirked back as he passed her side, the silent exchange between them thick with unspoken understanding. Enemies had just entered the game. Let the games begin, Bianca thought darkly, her lips curling into the faintest smirk. Chapter 5. What a lovely surprise. "Miles, how are you?" Dahlia tittered, walking toward him with open delight. He nodded, extending a hand. She took it, smiling. "You look fully healed, Miles." Pietro approached then, slipping an arm firmly around her waist. "And so do you," Miles replied smoothly. "How are you, Mr. Pete?" His gaze lingered just briefly on Pietro's hand encircling Dahlia's waist before flicking back up. He's so possessive of her, Miles thought. Good. It makes this more fun. I'm good, Miles, Pietro answered coolly. We were just about to have breakfast, Dahlia said warmly. Do you want to join us? I don't really think, Miles began, but she cut him off. Oh, come on, stop, she teased, flashing a grin. Pietro's fingers dug sharply into her side. Dahlia winced but didn't make a sound. She tried to pry his arm loose, careful not to draw attention, but he only tightened his hold, his nails pressing deeper. What the hell is wrong with Pietro, she wondered, her smile frozen. Well, if you insist, Miles finally said with a broad grin. I can stay for a few minutes. Good, Pietro said smoothly, voice cool and clipped. Breakfast is ready. Let's eat. They all moved toward the dining area. Miles took the seat directly across from Bianca. She met his eyes briefly, a flicker of recognition and calculation flashing between them. Perfect, she thought. Everything was unfolding exactly as she planned. Sending Sophia outside earlier had worked. She'd made sure Miles would be found by coincidence. Thomas leaned back in his chair, eyeing the guest. Looks like we've got company. Miles adjusted slightly under the weight of everyone's stare. He was the center of attention now, and he knew it. Why were you outside our gates, Miles? Pietro asked, voice steady but sharp. Spying, maybe? Dahlia's head snapped toward him, frowning. Why is he being so suspicious? Oh no, not at all, Miles said quickly. I actually saw Miles by coincidence, Sophia added, rushing to his defense. I was heading to the store, and when I came back, he was walking by. He didn't even recognize me at first, was about to pass me completely, she said, laughing. Pietro's suspicions softened. A faint smirk replaced the glare. Didn't mean to frighten you, Miles. No problem at all, Miles replied easily. We got to know Miles after my accident, Dahlia explained, smiling. My car rammed into his. It indirectly saved me from hitting something much worse. The capos nodded, murmuring in mild interest. So a blessing in disguise, Luca said with a grin. Yes, Miles chuckled. She was in a coma, but at least something good came out of it. Pietro still had his arm around Dahlia's waist. The grip had loosened, but she could feel the imprint of his fingers burning into her skin. Do you live around here, Miles? Dahlia asked curiously. No, he replied. I was just coming from a colleague's apartment, office work, you know how it goes. Pietro raised a brow, taking a slow sip of orange juice. And what is it that you do, exactly? I'm a software engineer, Miles said proudly. Dahlia's eyes lit up. Seriously? Bianca lowered her gaze to hide her smile. From beneath her lashes, she saw the excitement sparkle in Dahlia's expression. Perfect, she thought. Keep talking, Miles. Yes, Miles continued smoothly. I work at HCL Technologies, Centro Direzionale Hibiscus. Via Pio Emanuele, right? Pietro asked, watching him closely. Miles nodded, impressed. That's right. You know, Miles, Dahlia said, her tone bright, I actually have some experience in your field. He widened his eyes with feigned surprise. Really? Yes, she said proudly. I studied computer technology back home. Worked in a tech company before moving here. Miles smiled. I'd love to hear more about that, Dahlia, but I think I should be going now. He rose from his chair. A faint frown tugged at Dahlia's face. Pietro noticed, and instantly his fingers dug once more into her waist, sharp and deliberate. She flinched, biting her lip. Their eyes met, hers confused, his dark and unreadable. Here, Miles said, stepping closer. My business card. He smiled faintly. Now I'm the one giving you a card. Dahlia reached out, taking it carefully. Before she could say a word, Pietro's voice cut in. It was nice having you stop by, Miles. Thank you, Mr. Pietro. I'll be on my way, Miles said, giving Dahlia one last look before turning for the door. Bianca's eyes followed him, a sly smile curving her lips. When she looked back, Pietro's gaze was still locked on Dahlia, sharp, suspicious, unreadable. Her grin widened. He's cracking already. A few more nudges, a few more whispers, and he'd start to unravel. "Dear wife," Pietro murmured suddenly, his voice venomous and low against Dahlia's ear, "when I come back tonight, we'll talk about this card you just collected." Dahlia froze, a chill rushing down her spine. What did that mean, she thought. Did I make him angry? Dahlia turned slightly, just enough to catch Pietro's face. Nothing. His expression was calm, neutral even, but that emptiness terrified her more than if he'd shouted. She swallowed hard and nodded to his demand, forcing herself to stay still. Breakfast carried on. The others chatted easily, laughter rising and falling, forks clinking against plates. Only Dahlia sat silent, her body tight with unease. Every few minutes, Pietro's hand would shift, sliding from her waist down to her thigh. His fingers would close around her flesh, firm at first, then cruelly tighter, digging crescents into her skin, until she had to bite her lip to stop a gasp from escaping. When she dared glance up, he was perfectly composed, talking, smiling, giving orders, like nothing was happening under the table. The marks of his nails burned through her skin. She could already feel where they would bruise, where his anger would stay long after breakfast ended. It went on like that, silent punishment disguised as affection, until the last dish was cleared away. Then, leaning close, his breath hot and venomous against her ear, Pietro whispered, "When I come back, I expect to see you naked, Principessa. Those perky breasts and those dark brown luscious nipples under my lustful view, while we discuss this little card you collected." A tremor ran down her spine. She didn't know if it was fear or shame or both. He stood then, straightening his cuffs as if nothing had happened, his blue eyes cold and unreadable. Without another word, Pietro and his capos strode out through the huge oak doors of the mansion. Silence hung for a moment before Bianca's voice sliced through it, too light, too casual. "What's wrong, Dahlia? You seem tense." Dahlia flinched slightly. "And no, nothing," she stammered. Bianca lifted one brow, feigning indifference. "If you say so," she murmured, turning away. But as she walked off, a sly grin curved her lips. "Pietro. Zoom in on that," I ordered, jabbing a forefinger at the white screen. Adriano obeyed, fingers flying over the console. I should have been focused on the ghost, on the taunting note, the blood, the way Mario had been carved apart, but my mind kept snapping back to the way Dahlia smiled at Miles. It was nothing, I told myself. That's just Dahlia. She's kind by nature. But every time I pictured it, a grenade detonated inside my chest. Jealousy flooded me like fire. I wanted her all to myself. My fist balled up so fast my knuckles ached. Was it the ghost hiding in the dark, or the sight of Dahlia flirting with another man? Damn it. I needed something to break, anything would do. Fuck. Can something just fucking happen already? Dante bellowed, slicing through my thoughts. We were combing through hours of footage, the casino's calm before the slaughter. So far nothing. Performances, drunk men and women making fools of themselves, naked scenes, gambling. The place looked ordinary, obscene in its normalcy. I ran my hands through my hair and shut my eyes for a beat. When I opened them, we had movement, a man walking into the casino. Mario? Relief rippled around the room like a current. Finally, Cesare growled. Let's see what he was doing, I muttered. On-screen, Mario drank, danced, lost himself among naked bodies. He was living, he didn't know death was minutes away. That's the cruel arithmetic of life, you pass your last day blind every year, unaware. Can this man just do something already? Luca snapped, irritation clear on his face. Mario's death would have been less strange if not for two facts. He'd quit his job a day before, and he'd taken 6 bullets while the others had only 1. Why 6? That question burned at the back of my throat. Zoom on Mario. Look for a weapon, I told Adriano. The red-haired kid, a tech whiz hacker, the kind of man who could gut sealed systems, obeyed. I'd used him before. During the last election, he'd burrowed into government databases for me. Maybe I should get him to teach Dahlia, I mused briefly. She'd make a fine hacker. No sign of any weapon, Adriano said. My suspicion hardened. Good. I watched as Mario staggered out of the casino, drunk, unsteady. Give outside footage, I ordered. Outside, Mario was talking to a man with coffee brown hair, a broken nose, dressed all in black. The man looked angry, his mouth a tight line. I turned up the volume. You're making a big mistake, the man growled. The control room went silent. Every sound fell away, even the tick of the monitor seemed loud. Tell the boss if he pays me what I demand, I'll keep my mouth shut, Mario replied, brazen and raw. The other man smiled in a way that didn't reach his eyes. Mario knew something, I felt it like a chill. Whatever happens next, it's on you, the man hissed and climbed into a parked car. Pause. I snapped before the engine could turn over. We needed that plate number. He must know who the ghost is, Rocco said quietly. He was always the quiet one, the youngest, but loyal and observant in a way that earned him his place. A lead. Finally. I let the grin spread, cold and satisfied. My capo's hands went to their guns like reflex. Let's go get that motherfucker. Chapter 6. The bar was loud and feverish, scarlet lights bleeding over the walls, painting everything with anger. The air stank of alcohol, sweat and smoke. Music thumped, heavy and distorted, shaking the floor. 3 men spilled out into the warm summer night, laughter chasing after them. The sun was setting, casting gold and crimson across the street. Hey man, I told you that chicken there's too feisty, one of them laughed. Pietro, walking in the middle, ran a hand through his coffee brown hair, pushing it behind his ear with irritation. Yeah, see how she boldly said you aren't her type? Another added, chuckling as he slapped Pietro's shoulder. Pietro shot them both a glare sharp enough to cut glass. A knife in her throat will get her to submit, he spat. Alfonso, Tom, you both should fucking stop laughing, he snapped, jaw twitching. We won't, Tom said, laughing harder. This will get you to stop, came a calm, unfamiliar voice behind them. The 3 froze. They turned, and found themselves staring down the barrel of a gun. A suited man stood in the shadows, his aim steady. Panic rippled through them. They turned forward, only to face another man with a gun. Shit. Alfonso hissed, kicking the weapon out of the second man's hand. Chaos erupted. The gun behind them went off, boom. They dropped low, scrambling for cover. No one wanted to die tonight. The armed man seized Alfonso by the collar and slammed him into a wall. Pietro dove for the ground, snatching up his fallen gun. He fired. A man fell. Adrenaline surged. Pietro's heart pounded as he crouched behind a parked car, back against the cool metal, hands shaking as he reloaded. The sound of gunfire multiplied, each shot a crack of thunder. Tires screeched. A Jaguar, 2 sedans, and an SUV roared into view, braking hard. Doors flew open, 15 masked men poured out, armed to the teeth. Fuck, Pietro whispered. They were finished. He turned to his friends, trying to aim again, but a heavy boot kicked his arm. The gun went flying. Before he could recover, a shadow fell over him. He looked up, straight into the cold, blazing eyes of Pietro Justice. Pietro grabbed him by the collar and slammed him into the car window. Glass exploded, raining down like shards of light. Pietro hit the bonnet and slid to the ground, crawling backward, terrified. Pietro stepped forward and drove his boot down on Pietro's leg. A loud crack split the air, bone snapping clean. I don't want to kill you. Not yet, Pietro whispered, his voice low, furious, intimate. He yanked Pietro up by the collar and buried a kick in his groin. The man screamed, collapsing to the dirt. Pietro turned to survey the others. Alfonso and Tom were down, groaning, faces bloodied and swollen. Blood smeared the concrete in thick patches. Only one body didn't move, a guard, chest caved in, lying in a pool of his own blood. Take them, Pietro ordered. His men obeyed instantly, dragging the bodies to the waiting cars. Within seconds, the street was empty again. Pietro slid into his Jaguar. The engine purred to life. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a cigarette and lighter. For their sake, he muttered, lighting up, I hope they talk. The warehouse reeked of death. Dark paint peeled from the walls, windows shattered, dust thick as ash on every surface. A single fluorescent bulb swayed from the ceiling, flickering weakly, casting ghosts of shadows across the cracked floor. The three men were shoved to the ground. Their bodies hit hard, groaning in pain. Pietro stood before them, his capos forming a half-circle around him like an execution squad. He walked forward slowly. Calm. Terrifying. They were shaking, he could see it, smell it. Their eyes darted, pleading before he even began. He crouched before Pietro and fisted a handful of his hair, yanking his head up. The man cried out. Who are you working for? Pietro asked. Silence. Their eyes flicked to each other, then down to the floor. Pietro chuckled darkly, stood up, and without hesitation drew his gun. The shot was deafening. Alfonso's skull exploded, a crimson mist filling the air. His eye was gone, blood splattering across the concrete. The two remaining men gagged, trembling. The smell of iron filled the room. And Pietro smiled. The remaining two trembled violently, their breaths shallow and uneven, hearts hammering like war drums. Should I repeat myself? Pietro asked, voice low but lethal. The ghost? Tom blurted, eyes locked on his dying friend sprawled in blood. Pietro's lips curved into a dangerous smile. Why did Mario die? Pietro lifted his head, shaking it weakly. I don't know. All I know is he had some kind of evidence against the ghost. He was planning on using it against our boss. His voice broke. The sound of it, raw and hopeless, filled the room. Pietro's cold gaze didn't waver. Give me every detail you know about the ghost, he said. And I might just free you both. Hope flickered in their eyes like dying flames. We don't know much about him, Pietro stammered. He really lives up to his name. We've never seen his face, never even met him. He barks his orders from the shadows, always through his circle. We're just his dogs. So let me get this straight, Pietro chuckled darkly. You work for a man you've never met? They nodded, desperate, honest. He has a tight inner circle, Pietro continued quickly. The only thing we know is his name. Lev? At that Pietro froze. The gun in his hand lowered slightly. His eyes widened, shock spreading through his features. The only Lev he knew was Ivan's brother. And Lev had been dead for years. Killed by Armani. Along with their father, Andre. That's impossible, Dante snapped, stepping closer. Lev is dead, Pietro hissed. Grandfather killed him and his father years ago. Thomas, Luca, Rocco, Cesare and Bianca moved in, forming a tense circle. Everyone's face mirrored disbelief. Do you mean Lev, Ivan's brother? Bianca asked. The hell if I know who Ivan is, Pietro cried. Our boss, his name's Lev, that's all. We never saw his face. He commands his circle, and they pass his orders down. He's a ghost. Please, Tom begged, his voice cracking. We told you everything we know. Please just let us go. Pietro exhaled sharply. His jaw flexed. For a moment, it almost looked like he'd give in. Then he nodded. I'll free you both. The relief on their faces was immediate and short-lived. He cocked his gun. The metallic click echoed through the room. Hope drained from their expressions, replaced by raw terror. Why you promised to free us? Pietro stammered, tears streaking down his face. Yeah, Pietro said quietly. To free you from this hell called life. You've got nothing else to give me. He turned slightly. Bianca. Without hesitation, Bianca drew her gun and leveled it at Tom. 2 gunshots thundered through the warehouse. 2 bodies hit the wall and then the floor, blood painting the cracked concrete in violent strokes. Silence. Only the flicker of the bulb, and the soft drip of blood. Is Lev alive? Dante spat, pacing furiously. People don't come back from the dead. What the hell is this? Only Armani and Michael can answer that, Pietro growled. Fuck. He slammed his fists into the wall once, twice again, until the skin on his knuckles split. The sound echoed like thunder. Instead of answers, they were left with confusion. More ghosts. More blood. And the sinking realization that the dead don't always stay buried. Chapter 7. The doorknob twisted, metal clicking softly before the heavy doors opened. Pietro and Dante stepped into their grandfather's villa. Everything shimmered, marble floors, gilded walls, crystal chandeliers. The entire mansion looked like it had been forged from gold. It exuded wealth, power, and the quiet arrogance of men whose hands were soaked in blood. Armani took a drag from his expensive cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke as he conversed with Michael. Across from them sat a woman whose laughter floated like silk, soft, smooth, dangerously alluring. Camilla. Her auburn waves spilled down her shoulders, catching the light with faint red hues. Her skin was perfectly tanned, her hazel eyes gleaming as soon as they landed on Dante and Pietro standing in the archway. Mama? Dante blurted, shock flashing across his face. Camilla rose instantly, clutching her Givenchy purse, her heels clicking lightly against the marble. Her smile stretched wide as she hurried to her son. I've missed you, my boy. You don't even ask about me anymore, she scolded playfully, wrapping him in a hug. I thought you were in Buenos Aires, he said, half laughing. I didn't know you were back. She pointed toward Michael. Your father wanted me to come back. So here I am. Then she reached up, cupping Dante's cheeks like he was still a little boy. Pietro hissed quietly. The sight made his blood simmer. Unlike Dante, he'd never had that kind of love. His own mother, Maya, had abandoned him without a second thought. Watching Camilla dote on Dante ripped open wounds that had never healed. He'd never known softness. Never had a mother's touch. All he'd ever known was hate. His parents' marriage had been a war zone, constant shouting, slammed doors, fists through walls. His mother had hurled venom every day until his father ran to his mistress, Camilla, for peace. No one had ever chosen him. Not once. The memories clawed at him, his mother's voice still echoing in his skull. I hate you and your father. You're the biggest mistake of my life. Call me Maya, not mother. You weren't born out of love, only because your grandfather wanted a successor. He used to believe hearts were myths, that he didn't have one, not until Dahlia. And now, seeing Dante's perfect little reunion just reminded him of everything he'd never had. Well, you should have told me you were coming, Dante teased. I'd have thrown a party. Pietro clenched his fists, forcing his temper down. He had to focus. He wasn't here to relive ghosts. You can talk later, Pietro gritted. We came here for answers. Camilla turned to him, her hazel eyes soft. How are you, Pete? It's been so long. He gave her a curt nod. I'm fine. And I can see you are too. His tone made it clear he wasn't interested in small talk. Armani frowned. You never visit. When you do, it's always questions. Pietro's patience was wearing thin. He stepped closer, voice low. Is Lev dead? Armani froze, cigarette dangling between his fingers. Of course Lev is dead. What kind of dumb question is that? Dante chuckled dryly. You sure, Papa? Michael leaned forward, stroking his beard. Why ask about Lev? You both know the story. He died with Andre. Pietro's eyes studied both men, sharp and unforgiving. The ghost we've been hunting, we got intel his name is Lev. Impossible. Armani snapped, rising from his seat. I saw the fire myself, he continued, voice cracking slightly. They burned to ashes. No one survived that explosion. Exactly, Michael agreed. Lev's long gone. Must be someone else using the name. Which other Lev? Dante shot back, slamming a fist against the arm of the chair. We keep hitting dead ends. If Lev is dead, then who the hell are we dealing with? Pietro muttered. And why is he after us? I don't remember partnering with any Lev in my life. Frustration surged through him like acid. So many fucking questions and not a single damn answer, he roared, his voice ricocheting off the marble walls. Startled silence filled the room. Michael cleared his throat, breaking it. That aside, we'll be heading to Mexico in 2 days. For what? Pietro's tone was ice. Your Uncle Alessio's daughter, your cousin Francesca, she's getting married, Michael explained. He wants us all there. Alessio. His mother's younger brother. A drug baron operating out of Mexico, overseeing distribution from Mexico to Panama. More a father to Pietro than Michael ever was. If it were anyone else, Pietro would have refused. But Alessio had earned his respect. Fine, he said simply. He turned to leave, desperate to get out before his rage boiled over, but Camilla caught his hand. He shot her a glare so sharp she almost flinched. Won't you stay for dinner? She asked softly. I'm sorry, he said coldly. But I must decline. Maybe Dante can stay. I have things to attend to. He pulled his hand free and walked out without another glance. If he stayed a second longer, he might have pulled the trigger on someone. There were bigger devils waiting outside. Dahlia. My heart raced, pounding as if it could outpace the stars. My pulse surged with every fleeting nanosecond. Earlier in the dressing room, I had stared at my reflection in the mirror, my gaze lingering on the marks at my waist. Pietro's nails had left angry red welts on my skin. Why had he done that to me? His cold, steely voice still echoed in my ears, sharp and unyielding. He demanded I strip bare, while we discussed why I'd taken Miles' business card. Was he serious? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I didn't want to test his sincerity, so I'd complied, shedding my clothes to avoid his wrath. Time blurred as I sat naked in our bedroom. The bedside lamp cast a warm amber glow, bathing the room in soft light. My palms were clammy, and I fidgeted with the edge of the duvet, my nerves fraying. The click of the bedroom door jolted me upright. My heart plummeted, and I swallowed hard again and again. Why was I so afraid? Pietro's predatory figure filled the doorway, his shirt stained with streaks of ruby red. He locked the door behind him, his piercing eyes locking onto mine as I clutched the duvet shielding my nakedness. How was work, Pete? My voice trembled, betraying me. Pietro's lips twitched with amusement. You never ask about my work, ragazza timida. Are you frightened? I shook my head vigorously, but a sly smile curled at the corners of his sensual lips. Ah yes. We have unfinished business. His tone was ice cold, each word deliberate. I hope for your sake you're fully bare, dear wife. I'll freshen up, and then we'll talk. He turned and disappeared into the bathroom. I exhaled shakily, trying to steady my nerves. Memories of the last time Pietro had punished me flooded back. An encounter that was far from sweet, leaving me trembling at the thought of a repeat. What had I done wrong this time? Dahlia, calm down, I whispered to myself. He won't hurt you. But the words felt hollow. All I could do was wait. Minutes later, Pietro emerged from the shower, his long hair slick and wet, cascading past the nape of his neck. Water glistened on his skin, catching the amber light. Come here, he commanded, arms crossed. I obeyed, stepping down from the bed. My breasts rose and fell with each uneven breath as I stood before him. His gaze raked over me, hungry and unyielding, though he didn't touch me. His eyes did all the work. He moved to the bed, never breaking his stare, and sat down. Take it off and sit, he said after a tense pause, gesturing to his lap. And don't moan. His voice carried a strict edge I didn't dare defy. I nodded, my hands trembling as I leaned down, fumbling with his zipper. I tugged his pants off and straddled him, guiding him deep inside me. My breath hitched. I pressed my lips together, stifling the moans threatening to escape. My back pressed against his chest, his hands spreading my thighs wider, intensifying the sensation. It was torture, delicious, agonizing torture, and he knew it. Now, he whispered, his breath hot against my ear as his hands found my breasts, we'll discuss why you took that card, my love. His fingers teased my nipples, kneading with deliberate pressure, that sent aches of pleasure through me. Why did you do it, Dahlia? I couldn't respond, couldn't even breathe properly. My breaths came in hitched gasps and words eluded me. I felt Pietro's smirk against my neck, a silent taunt. Pete, well, My voice faltered. You what? He snapped, his grip tightening on my breast, a possessive edge to his touch. I just want a job, I barely managed to whisper. I give you $500,000 every month, Dahlia. Do you want more? If you wanted more money, you should have just told me. His tone was sharp, accusatory. I tried to close my thighs, his cock still buried deep inside me, but he immediately gripped them with fierce intensity, sending shivers through my body. Don't, he warned, his voice low and dangerous. You're always busy, Pete, I gasped, struggling for air. I don't want more money. I just want something to do. The warmth of his body left mine as he leaned back, lying on the bed. One hand clamped tightly on my waist, while the other began rubbing my clit, slow and deliberate. Fuck. Pietro, please. A pleading moan slipped past my lips, despite my efforts to stay silent. His pace quickened and I gripped the bedsheets on both sides, pressing my lips together to stifle further sounds. Dahlia, you moaned, he said huskily. I didn't allow you to moan, did I? His relentless rhythm on my clit set me ablaze. What kind of torture was this? He lay back on the bed, keeping me seated on his cock as he continued his merciless assault on my senses. Another moan escaped, louder than the first, impossible to contain. Oh fuck. Pete? I cried out, my voice breaking. Do you want me to fuck you, baby? He asked, his sensual tone unwavering as his fingers never slowed. Oh shit. My orgasm was building, unstoppable. I nodded vigorously, my cries pitching higher, more desperate. My body convulsed, shaking atop him as my juices spilled, running down the base of his testicles. His hand moved from my clit to grip my waist tightly, both hands now anchoring me as he guided my hips against his cock. I rode him slowly at first, his hold on my waist unrelenting. Harder, Bella, Pietro groaned. I clutched the bedsheets tighter, my hips slamming into him, up and down, obeying his command. A whore in my bed? I heard him gruff, but my mind was too hazy to take offense. My fast, hard movements against his cock drew moans from me, my head thrown back in abandon. Pietro's hand struck my ass, the sharp spank making me squirm and moan even louder. I rode him like my life depended on it. Fuck. Pietro breathed out, seizing control. In one fluid motion, he flipped me beneath him, my body writhing under his weight. He thrust into me, pinning both my hands above my head. I don't like being busy, especially when you need me, Bella. Each word was punctuated by a thrust, each one harder than the last. I thrashed and screamed, trying to free my hands, but his grip only tightened. I also don't like you being too friendly with another guy. Pietro fucked me harder, his movements relentless. Pete, you. Please, it hurts, I pleaded, nearly out of breath. The pain mingled with pleasure as he slammed into me, overwhelming my senses. You are mine, Dahlia, he whispered into my ear, slowly pulling his cock out before thrusting it back in with force. Got that? I nodded, unable to speak, my lips quivering, my body trembling with need. His words drew wild moans from me. You aren't taking any job without my consent, he ordered authoritatively, his thrusts a wave of sexual torment. But... The words barely left my mouth before Pietro's arm encircled my throat, choking me until my vision blurred. Don't defy my orders, Principessa. I'll punish you if you try to object. Yes, sir. I hummed, tears pricking my eyes. He smirked and continued thrusting. We're leaving for Mexico in 2 days, he said. My breathing was rapid, my chest heaving. My mind was lost in a trance, unable to focus. I hummed, the only response I could muster amid my moans. Prepare yourself, Cucciola, he instructed, pounding into me relentlessly.
Chapter 8. Pietro. Our flight to Mexico lasted more than 10 hours. Every arrangement had been made to ensure a safe, discreet trip, no hassles, no eyes on us. Aurora, Emilio and Sofia had flown out first. They couldn't wait to see Uncle Alessio, especially Sofia, who'd been desperate to leave Italian soil. I had a few of my underbosses escort them. Better safe than sorry. My 4 closest capos and my most trusted assassin had also departed days earlier. The Constanzo and Justice suites handled all the logistics, first class, secure, untraceable. It was perfect. It gave me and Dahlia time alone. She'd been ecstatic about the trip, practically glowing with anticipation. We left Italy at 2 a.m., hoping to arrive by daylight. Most of our flight was spent tangled up in sheets, touching, kissing, talking, losing time and sense. Now she was asleep, her head resting against my arm. She looked peaceful, almost angelic. I didn't want to wake her. Her lips were peach soft and plump. It took every ounce of control not to lean in and taste them again. Her chest rose and fell slowly, each breath calm, steady. A few braids slipped over her face. I tucked them gently behind her ear. She was my innocence, my one glimpse of what purity might look like. Watching her, I felt the chaos in my mind still for the first time in days. So while she slept, I worked. I pulled up files, scrolled through encrypted archives, dug for any traces of Ivan's brother, Lev. I forwarded contracts to Thomas and Cesare, instructing them to dig deeper into our past business ties. I needed to know if this so-called ghost had ever crossed paths with us, directly or through shell fronts. Rocco and Luca had their own assignments waiting in Mexico. Meetings with key politicians, some of them desperate for arms deals, others for influence. Power-thirsty bastards, all of them. They'd sell their souls for a seat in the chamber. But then again, power does corrupt, and absolute power destroys everything it touches. Lord Acton said that in the 19th century. He was right. The Mexicans had proven loyal. The Cubans too, all thanks to Uncle Alessio. But Ecuador and Colombia? A different story. Our shipments were getting hijacked. Profits missing. I knew Marcelo was behind it, falsifying numbers, laundering cash through dummy accounts. I'd been too busy managing Africa and the Middle East to crush him sooner. I'd already cut his profits and his roots. One more betrayal, and I'd put him in the ground. Still, even loyalty came with a stench in this business. Mexico hid an uglier problem, one that gnawed at me more than stolen money ever could. Vitaly Perez. He ran a child assassin organization under the disguise of an orphanage, a vile trade that had once been part of our own network decades ago. I'd ended it the day I took command. No human trafficking. No children. Whatever kind of monster I wasn't that kind. I'd ordered Perez to shut it down, to dissolve his operations, and hand over the kids to the state. But Uncle Alessio had told me the truth. The bastard was still running it, raking profit off blood. He'd chosen the hard way. And I'd show him what happened to men who defied me. By the time we landed, Dahlia stirred awake, stretching like a cat. Her laughter filled the cabin, bright and unguarded. She was radiant. We stepped into our waiting limousine, and she pressed her face to the window, taking in everything. Mexico is so busy, Pietro. I want to explore it later, she squealed. The sun blazed above us, the city alive with noise, cars honking, vendors shouting, street musicians filling every block with rhythm. Color, chaos, and heat everywhere. I couldn't help smiling. Her excitement was contagious. When the limousine stopped, Dahlia immediately slipped off my lap as the chauffeur opened the door. Alessio's guards greeted us, bowing slightly before leading us toward one of the Constanzo villas. My uncle had insisted we stay in his coastal estate, even though I owned several penthouses in Mexico City and Cancun. The villa was breathtaking, marble columns, terracotta roofs, lush palms swaying in the ocean breeze. Dahlia's eyes widened as we stepped inside, our fingers still interlocked. Pietro, this place is beautiful, she gasped as we passed the pool lined with hammocks. I'm glad you love it, I said, unlocking the door and stepping aside for her. The villa sat near the coast, secluded, tranquil. You could hear the waves pounding against the rocks from the patio. Dahlia rushed outside, barefoot, her laughter echoing over the sea spray. The sun blazed high, painting the water in diamonds. Waves crashed into white foam against jagged rocks, their roar harmonizing with the cry of seagulls. "I love Mexico," she shouted, arms open to the sky. I laughed, an unguarded sound I hadn't made in months, and walked up behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist. The salty breeze danced around us, ruffling our hair and brushing against our cheeks. I buried my face into the curve of her neck, inhaling her scent, her warmth, her peace. And for a brief moment, the world felt quiet again.
Chapter 9. Dahlia. "So your grandmother is Cuban?" I asked Pietro as we strolled along the shoreline. We'd arrived the day before, and spent most of it unpacking and settling in. We'd taken short walks around the villa, but never too far, not because I didn't want to, but because Pietro wouldn't let me. I'd begged him to explore like he'd done with me when I first came to Italy, but he refused outright. His word was final. I'd been annoyed, hurt even. Sometimes his dominance felt suffocating, like my voice didn't matter. But when he saw how upset I was, he softened just enough to explain himself. Mexico, he said, was too dangerous. He just wanted me safe. I didn't fully believe him. Not because I doubted his intentions, but because I could sense there was more to it, something buried deep in that violent world he refused to leave behind. "Yes," he said now, intertwining his fingers with mine as we walked barefoot on the beach. Armani was lucky to have her. The sand squished warm and soft between our toes. The ocean breeze lifted his hair, his voice low, almost reflective. "I'm sorry she died," I murmured. He glanced down at me and pressed a light kiss to my forehead. The gesture made me giggle, even if part of me ached for him. "For someone your age, you've seen too much death," I whispered. He didn't answer, just smiled faintly, eyes far away. "I still don't understand how you're German," I said, trying to lighten the mood. He exhaled sharply, his tone playfully resigned. "Well, wife." I gave him my full attention, curious. "My mother was born in Germany," he began. "That makes her a citizen by birth. I was born in Italy, but I spent 10 years in Germany as a child. So I became a citizen by descent," I finished for him. "Brava ragazza timida," he praised, his voice a velvet caress. I didn't know what it meant, but I liked how it sounded. "So," I continued, counting on my fingers, "your mother's German-Italian, your father's African, your grandfather's Italian, and your grandmother's Cuban. That makes you both African and European. Are you Cuban too?" He shook his head. "No. That was only her." "Wow," I said with a small laugh. "Your family tree looks like a world map." He chuckled softly. "You'd be surprised." Then his tone shifted, suddenly guarded. "Speaking of family ties, we should head back to the villa." I frowned. "Why?" "Alessio wants to meet us, me and you," he said, combing a hand through his hair. "He's introducing me to some of the local barons." My stomach dropped. The word barons was enough to twist my nerves into knots. I still wasn't used to this life, this endless cycle of guns, politics, and danger. I stopped walking, pulling my hand free and gripping his arm tightly. "Pietro, do I have to go?" "I don't want to." "Bambolina, calmati. Ragazza timida," he said soothingly, his Italian rolling off his tongue like silk. I didn't understand the words, but his tone melted something inside me. "You have to come," he continued. "I can't disrespect my uncle. He wants to meet you. Don't worry, if anyone so much as looks at you wrong, I'll gouge their fucking eyes out." I sighed, defeated. I knew when there was no point in arguing. "Fine. I'll come." "You didn't have a choice, wife," he said smugly. I stared at him, my jaw slack. "Can you please stop being so controlling, Pietro?" I muttered under my breath. "I'm sorry," he said without an ounce of apology in his tone. "I can't, Bella. It's just who I am." I blinked at him in disbelief. When had he become this domineering? Maybe he'd always been, and I'd just been too in love to see it. But love is blind. And it didn't make me love him any less. "Pietro." I called as we stepped back inside the villa. Yes, my love? I hesitated, then let the question slip. Why am I not pregnant yet? He laughed softly as we climbed the stairs, our hands still linked. Stop laughing, I said, pouting. Do you think something's wrong with me? We never use protection. You finish inside me every time. Why haven't I missed my period? Should I see a priest? He froze, then burst out laughing, harder than I'd ever seen him. You're acting like a typical African woman right now, he said between fits of laughter. A priest? For what? Don't mock me, Pietro, I huffed, folding my arms. I want to have kids. He walked over and cupped my cheeks, his eyes soft now. And you will. You don't need a priest, amore. You're fine. I promise. Well, that's what we do in Africa, I muttered. We look to God for answers. He chuckled darkly. Do you even believe in God? I asked, narrowing my eyes. No, my love, he said simply. Wow, I sighed dramatically. I married a bloody atheist. Pietro, you're so mean. He gazed at me, that piercing look that always made my knees weak, and then kissed me. Slowly. Deeply. Our tongues moved in rhythm, our breaths merging. When he finally pulled away, his voice dropped low against my lips. We'll have children, Dahlia. I promise. Nothing's wrong with you. His words brushed against me like velvet. Then his grin turned wicked. All this talk about pregnancy is making me hungry. Pietro. I groaned, half exasperated, half flustered. He smirked, stepping closer. Let's shower. Together. I knew that tone, it wasn't a suggestion. He slid his hands around my waist, his lips tracing fire down my neck. Fine, Pete, I breathed, laughing softly. You didn't have a choice, wife, he whispered huskily, lifting me effortlessly, my legs wrapping around his waist as he carried us both into the shower. And why again am I meeting these drug barons? Dahlia asked, her voice a mix of curiosity and dread as Pietro drove toward the Deja Vu Showgirls, a strip club in Tijuana, Mexico. For respect, amore. Pietro's tone was calm, almost teasing. They demanded to see the woman who brought me to my knees. A smile tugged at her lips. She tried to hide it, but he saw. He glanced sideways at her, just a second too long, before she rolled her eyes. Focus on the road, Pete, she scolded lightly. I don't want to die in another accident. That word accident sliced through him. For a moment, the sound of crashing metal echoed in his memory, the vision of her broken body flashing behind his eyes. Fuck, he muttered under his breath. I was trying to find out who planned that crash when this fucking ghost appeared. I swear to you, Dahlia, I'll find whoever did it, and I'll slaughter that person right in front of you. Her brows furrowed as she studied his tense jaw. What are you thinking, Pete? He offered a faint smile, masking the rage in his chest. Nothing, baby. We're almost there. The drive didn't take long. Dahlia's eyes widened as they pulled into the club's parking lot. The place looked like an ancient temple resurrected from the sand, massive stone blocks, weathered carvings, torches flanking the staircases that led up to its grand entrance. Above it, the club's name glowed in red and blue italics, the letters shimmering as dusk fell. The sun was bleeding into the horizon. Neon lights began to pulse. Pietro stepped out first, tucking his gun behind his waistband before circling to her side to open the door. Rugged, dangerous, but still every bit the gentleman. Dahlia took his extended hand, their fingers interlocking. He could feel the tension trembling through her. Her palms were slick with sweat. Calm down, doll, he whispered near her ear as they climbed the steps. I never imagined I'd be meeting men like this, she confessed, her voice low and shaky. No one will touch you, he promised, eyes hard. The guards at the door recognized him instantly, bowing before escorting them inside. Dahlia's breath caught the moment she stepped in. Pete, this is beautiful. He chuckled. Not what you expected? She shook her head slowly, taking in the club's interior. Scarlet and wisteria lights bled across the room, bathing the air in sensual warmth. Stages lined the corners, each crowned with glimmering poles where dancers moved like liquid fire. Plush velvet chairs surrounded the platforms, glowing faintly from beneath with soft amber light. A bar stretched along the far wall, stocked with liquor so rare it probably cost a small fortune. Music throbbed through the air, bass-heavy, hypnotic, sinful. Pietro guided her through the maze of dancers and smoke, until a guard announced them. "Mr. Costanzo, your guests have arrived." At a corner booth, surrounded by a small circle of armed men, sat Alessio Costanzo. Dahlia could tell immediately, these were not ordinary men. There was something rotted in the way they smiled, power that came from blood. "Boy, look at you." Alessio stood, his grin wide. "Pietro. You're so damn big now." Pietro smirked as they embraced. Alessio's hair, long brown streaked with gray, was tied back in a loose bun. Gun tattoos wound around both his forearms, disappearing beneath rolled sleeves. A short stubble hugged his strong jaw. "Uncle Alessio. It's been too long." "Of course," Alessio laughed, turning his sharp eyes to Dahlia. "And this must be your beautiful wife." "Alessio Costanzo," he introduced himself, extending a hand. "Dahlia," she said softly, shaking it with a polite smile. "Come sit," Alessio said, motioning them toward the VIP section at the front of the club, an elevated balcony with a panoramic view of the dancers below. Two men sat waiting there, dressed in immaculate black. Between them stretched a wide mahogany table covered in cigars, crystal glasses, and open bottles of tequila. The moment Pietro spotted one of the men, his expression hardened. "Uncle, you didn't tell me this cunt would be here too," he snapped. Dahlia followed his gaze. "Dante." "Shut the fuck up and sit," Dante gruffed, his eyes sliding lazily toward Dahlia. "You brought the black woman." Pietro's fists clenched instantly, but Dahlia's hand found his arm, her touch a soft anchor pulling him back from rage. Alessio chuckled. "You two haven't changed one bit. Always ready to tear each other apart." Pietro exhaled through his nose, guiding Dahlia into the booth beside him. Alessio sat next to Pietro, snapping his fingers for a waiter. Moments later, glasses clinked. The scent of alcohol filled the air. "Pietro," Alessio said with a proud smile, "meet some of the most feared dons in Mexico's drug world." The man opposite leaned forward, his voice heavy with accent. "Mr. and Mrs. Pietro. Valentine." "Ah yes, Valentine Greco. I thought you were still in the States," Pietro said as they took their seats. "Didn't expect to meet you here." "Finally meeting the demon himself," another man said with a smirk. "Luis Martinez." His eyes swept over Dahlia, bold and unashamed. "Your wife is very beautiful." Pietro's voice dropped, cold and even. "Cover your eyes, Luis, before you lose them." Luis chuckled, but tension hummed between them like a blade. "When your uncle told me you were bringing your wife," Valentine said, "I was puzzled. When did the demon grow a heart?" Both men's gazes flickered toward Dahlia, curiosity glinting beneath the danger in their eyes, as if trying to see what kind of woman could soften Pietro Costanzo. "I threatened to murder him if he didn't marry me," Dahlia teased. The table broke into short laughter. Pietro winked at her, resting his tattooed hand on her thigh. "Don't worry," she added playfully. "He's still very much a beast." Valentine leaned back, watching her carefully. "Doesn't it scare you? That your husband has such a dark side?" "What can I say?" she replied smoothly, raising her glass. "Love is blind." Pietro couldn't help it, he was stunned by how calm she sounded. His woman, sitting among monsters, sipping her cocktail like she'd been born to this world. Luis tilted his head. "Can you handle a gun, Mrs. Costanzo? It's a dangerous life we live." "Not yet," she said, smiling faintly. "But I have my husband at my beck and call." She leaned in and brushed her lips over Pietro's cheek. "She's got you wrapped around her little finger," Alessio chuckled. Pietro grinned, eyes still locked on Dahlia. "She does. My African queen." Dante groaned. "Can we talk business now?" The warmth vanished instantly. Pietro leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, fingers tapping rhythmically against the wood. "We shipped 10 tons of opium into Cuba last week," Valentine began. "Demand's growing fast. I suggest we cut down on narcotine and redirect to Brazil. We'll need more men along the Guyana border. The Brazilians bite hard." Alessio nodded, swirling the drink in his hand. "Carlos is handling distribution well, but he'll need assistance." "I've already sent a contract to Stefano," Pietro said. "He's dispatching capos to Chile and Bolivia to meet with Jose and Fernando. Every distribution center must stay active." "And the Middle East?" Alessio asked. A dark chuckle rolled from Pietro's throat. Luciano brought word. "The Arabs are hungry. We sealed a deal, 56.7 million. Every man at the table smirked, greed lighting their eyes. Luis leaned back. "I heard Marcello's been cheating." "I cut his supply and halved his profit," Pietro said, his tone flat. That made them laugh. "The great Pietro found a rat and didn't shoot him?" Valentine mocked. "This woman's making you soft." "The black woman's got him tamed," Dante sneered. Dahlia slammed her fist on the table before Pietro could react. "You know, Dante, maybe you and Pietro should fight again, just so I can watch him beat your ass twice." A few of the men burst into laughter. "You've got yourself a firecracker," Luis said, eyes gleaming. Dante opened his mouth to retort, but the sharp crack of gunfire sliced through the music. The laughter died instantly. Dahlia stiffened. "Pete, that was..." More shots. Close. Screams followed. Chairs scraped, bodies rose, and the club erupted into chaos. People ran for the doors, but the exits wouldn't open. Panic spread like wildfire. A guard rushed to Alessio's side, out of breath. "There's a fire. The main doors are sealed." "What?" Alessio hissed, his face hardening. "Son of a bitch." Smoke was already seeping in through the rafters. The music had cut off, leaving only the sound of shouting, glass breaking, and the pounding of feet. "Pietro." Dahlia's voice broke. Her chest heaved. I'm asthmatic. Please, I can't stay here. I don't want to die in a fire." She clutched his hand, coughing violently as smoke thickened the air. "Dahlia, baby, look at me." Pietro's voice was firm, commanding. He pulled her close, shielding her face against his chest. The room was descending into madness, gunshots, fire, and screams blending into one. And Pietro knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that this wasn't random. Someone had locked them in. Someone was sending him a message. Chapter 10. The bedlam inside the club was pure madness. Screams. Smoke. Gunfire. People crashing into tables and each other as flames licked up the walls. "Pietro, let's leave. Please." Dahlia coughed, her voice raw as the foggy smoke filled the air. Panic clung to her like a second skin. "Calm down, doll," Pietro said, his voice low and steady, pulling her up instantly. "Go through the emergency exit now." Alessio barked, waving them toward the back. "What about you?" Pietro demanded. "Forget me. Your wife can barely breathe." Alessio shouted. Dahlia's coughs grew harsher, her chest tightening. "Pietro," she gasped, clutching his sleeve. He didn't waste another second. He grabbed her arm and sprinted toward the back door, where Luis, Valentine, and Dante were already moving. The hidden corridor leading to the emergency exit was narrow, dark, and trembling under the weight of distant explosions. Then Dahlia screamed. Pietro spun around and froze. 8 armed men were blocking the passage, and one of them had Dahlia in a chokehold, a dagger pressed to her throat. Rage flared in Pietro's chest, hot and lethal. "Let her fucking go," he snarled, his voice like a growl tearing from the depths of hell. The man sneered. "Can't do that, capo dei capi. Slitting her throat will be worth every second." He yanked her head back by her braids, pressing the blade harder against her neck. Blood beaded on her skin. "Drop your weapons," he hissed, "or she dies." Pietro's pulse hammered. Dropping his gun meant death for both of them. Keeping it might mean losing her. The man began to count. 1. He dragged the dagger deeper and Dahlia flinched, her cry echoing through the corridor. And then she snapped. In one fierce motion, Dahlia slammed her elbow backward, straight into his groin. The man howled and crumpled to the floor, clutching himself. Pietro fired. Once. Twice. 2 of the men dropped instantly. Dahlia, shaking but furious, snatched the fallen man's gun and fired at him. The bullet ripped through his chest. For a heartbeat, Pietro just stared. Bewildered. Salivating. His wife had just killed a man. Then chaos returned, gunfire roaring from behind them as Dante, Luis, and Valentine unleashed hell on their attackers. "Fuck you, son of a bitch." Dahlia spat at the body at her feet, blood pooling beneath him. Pietro's heart soared. She was trembling, bloody, perfect. His violent, beautiful wife. He grabbed her hand and they ran. The corridor shook with echoing shots as they burst through the final door into the night. "Get the jet ready. We're leaving Mexico tonight," Pietro barked into his phone while running. Valentine checked the perimeter, gun raised. "Coast is clear, go." "It's a shame our meeting got cut short," Valentine called as they reached the cars. "Next time," Pietro shouted back. "If we're still alive." He shoved Dahlia into the passenger seat and jumped in after her. Engines roared. Tires screeched. They tore out of the parking lot and onto the highway, the air thick with smoke and gunfire. "Cesare." Pietro barked into the phone again. "Evacuate everyone from Mexico before dawn. We've been fucking ambushed." Dahlia turned, staring through the shattered rear window at the club behind them, now engulfed in flames. "Are you okay, Bella?" Pietro asked, panting. She shook her head, trembling. "We almost died, Pietro." He gave a sharp, crooked smile. "But we didn't. You were incredible, my love." Her hand touched her throat, feeling the warm trickle of blood. "We'll bandage that once we're in the air," he said, eyes locked on the road. She exhaled shakily, trying to steady her breath, until movement outside caught her eye. A black Jeep pulled up beside them. The window rolled down. Her body went rigid. "Pietro." He reacted instantly, shoving her head down. Bullets shattered the car windows, spraying glass across their seats. Pietro ducked low, pulled his gun and fired 2 quick rounds back before flooring the accelerator. "Pietro, are we going to die?" she cried, tears streaking down her cheeks. "We're not," he said fiercely. "I promise you, we're not." Dahlia's head spun with every violent turn. Behind them, another car swerved toward Dante's vehicle, gunfire sparking off the metal. Dante barely managed to swerve, his tires screeching. Bullets flew. Screams. Metal scraping. Death everywhere. Another car appeared on Pietro's left, drawing closer. "Oh fuck, Pietro, duck." He dropped instantly. Dahlia grabbed the gun she'd taken earlier, aimed through the shattered glass, and fired. The enemy car spun out, flipping over in a violent crash. Flames erupted behind them. Pietro glanced at her, astonished and aroused all at once. "You're amazing." "You can thank me later," she shouted, reloading shakily. "Just lose these bastards first." "Anything for you, my love," he yelled back, grinning savagely. He slammed the brakes, jerking the wheel hard. The car spun off the highway and into a narrow dirt road. Behind them, the pursuing cars tried to follow, too fast, too late. Tires screeched, metal collided, and 2 of the vehicles crashed violently into the divider. Pietro steadied the car, breathing hard, glancing at her. "I promise you, Dahlia, we'll be safe. Nothing will happen to you." Chapter 11. The car screeched to a halt, and Pietro and Dahlia burst out, sprinting toward the waiting jet. Dante's car stopped right behind them. He jumped out, running after them without a word. Pietro's grip on Dahlia's hand was fierce as they raced across the tarmac. The jet loomed ahead like salvation. Within seconds, the crew ushered them up the stairs, slamming the doors shut as soon as everyone was inside. Dahlia collapsed into the nearest seat, clutching her chest as she tried to calm her erratic heartbeat. Get this fucking plane in the air now. Take us to Cuba. Pietro barked. The muscles in his arms flexed, his shirt damp with sweat sticking to his skin. His biceps strained as veins throbbed along his forearms. Dahlia couldn't help herself. Even covered in smoke, blood, and fury, he looked sinfully beautiful. Just 2 more minutes, Mr. Justice, the pilot pleaded, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, sir, the co-pilot added nervously. This was an impromptu call, after you informed us of your attack. Pietro froze mid-sentence, his sharp eyes locking onto the co-pilot. What did you just say? The co-pilot blinked, confused. You told us over the phone, sir, that you'd been attacked. The air in the cabin dropped several degrees. No, he didn't, Dante said darkly, rising from his seat. The co-pilot stammered, glancing between them. I must have heard wrong. Pietro's gun was out before anyone blinked. He pressed the barrel hard against the co-pilot's jaw. How? Did? You? No? The man trembled violently. I thought you said it on the call. Antonio the pilot turned to him, his own face pale. He never said that. He only told me to get the jet ready. How did you know? Fuck, the co-pilot muttered, eyes darting toward the door. He tried to bolt. Pietro slammed him against the metal panel with brutal force, the impact echoing through the cabin. The air hostess gasped and tried to inch toward the exit, but Dahlia grabbed her arm and yanked her back. Move and I'll shoot you, Dahlia hissed, her gun trained steady on the trembling woman. Are you in on this? Dante growled, shoving his own gun against the pilot's temple. I swear no. I don't know anything, the pilot sobbed. Then get this jet off the ground, Pietro snapped, his voice deadly calm. 2 minutes. Or I swear I'll slaughter every last one of you. The pilot scrambled, requesting clearance from the control tower as his hands shook on the controls. 1 minute left, Pietro warned. The entire cabin fell silent. The only sound was Dahlia's breathing and the hum of the engines. Clearance granted, came the crackling voice from the tower. Good, Pietro said softly, lowering the gun just an inch. The jet surged down the runway, gaining speed before lifting into the sky. Send assassins to every one of their families, Pietro ordered coldly, turning to Dante. If we don't land in Cuba in 3 hours, I want their entire bloodlines wiped out. Dante gave a dark smirk. On it. The air hostess began to cry. Please, sir, don't hurt me. We shouldn't, Dahlia said coldly, walking toward her. But you and that co-pilot know something. The woman tried to speak, but Dahlia's hand flew. The slap cracked through the cabin, sending the hostess sprawling to the floor, her elbow scraping against the metal. Not another word, Dahlia warned, cocking her gun. Or I'll shoot you myself. Pietro turned toward her, momentarily forgetting the chaos. The way she stood, gun in hand, eyes blazing, made his blood heat. He swallowed hard, lust and admiration swirling in his gaze. The assassins are on their way, Dante reported. Good, Pietro murmured, still watching Dahlia. When we land, they'll talk. One way or another. The crew sat frozen, pale and shaking. Uncle Alessio? Pietro asked finally, turning to Dante. Dante nodded. He texted. The fire's out. Some of the attackers are dead, a few escaped. He says it's not safe yet, so the wedding will be in Cuba, your grandmother's estate. Pietro exhaled, rubbing his jaw. Fine. Send word to all capos. Everyone flies to Cuba. I want full security, especially around Aurora and Sofia. Dahlia listened quietly, her nerves still raw, her heart still beating far too fast. She couldn't believe how close they'd come to death, again. The thrill and terror clashed violently inside her, the adrenaline still singing in her veins. She thought back to the moment she'd struck her captor, to the recoil of the gun in her hands. The blood. The heat. And then her eyes drifted to Pietro, his hard profile illuminated by the plane's lights, his presence radiating command. The sound of his voice in Italian, low and lethal, made her walls tighten involuntarily. How can I be turned on by this side of him, she wondered, leaning against his shoulder. They'd been in Mexico for only 2 days. And already, death had followed them. She closed her eyes as the engines hummed beneath her. She couldn't help but wonder. What awaited them in Cuba? Chapter 12. Dahlia. The jet door hissed open, wind whipping my braids across my face as Pietro and I descended the stairs. 10 armed men stood waiting on the runway beside a fleet of black cars, their stance rigid and silent. Pietro. It's been too long. Welcome to Havana. An older man, gray streaking his dark hair, laughter lines creasing his weathered face, strode toward us. He crushed Pietro in a hug, then clapped Dante on the back. Hamero. Thank you for taking us on such short notice, Pietro said with a restrained smile. Turning to me, he added, Dahlia, this is a relative from my grandmother's side, my great-uncle's son. Hamero, meet my wife. I extended my hand. His grip was iron, startlingly strong, and I had to fight the urge to pull away. Hamero Garcia. Pietro told me about the attack, he said, eyes glinting. How's Alessio? I imagine he's bloodthirsty by now. Pietro gave a low chuckle. He's got Armani's blood in his veins. No one crosses a Constanzo and walks away. Then his tone hardened. Hamero, the flight crew had something to do with that attack. I want them taken to your warehouse. We settled this tonight. Hamero's nod was sharp. At his signal, men armed with rifles boarded the jet. Minutes later, the crew was dragged out, hands bound, terror written on their faces. I swear, sir, I don't know anything, the pilot cried as he was shoved toward a car. Pete, the pilot's innocent. Please don't kill him, I said quickly. That's for me to decide, wife, Pietro murmured at my ear, his voice sinuous and dangerous. Don't interfere, or I might have to deal with you. A shiver ran through me. Shall we? He asked suddenly, all charm again, gesturing toward a sleek gray Hyundai. I followed wordlessly. Hamero and Dante climbed into separate cars. Ours pulled out last. Pete, where are we heading? I asked, unease creeping into my tone. Hamero's warehouse, he said without looking at me. I'm eager to spill some blood. My stomach turned. What? He met my eyes briefly. The flight crew. I told you, I'm eager to spill their blood. Pete the pilot, I reached for his hand. He cut me off, his voice rough. Leave it to me, wife. I love you, Dahlia, but don't tempt me to punish you for interfering. The warning stung. I sighed and leaned against his shoulder. Pietro turned my face toward him, his thumb tracing the cut at my throat. I hissed in pain. He lowered his head and pressed light kisses over the wound, down my neck. See why I have to make them bleed? Every drop they made you lose, I'll repay in kind. I was speechless, torn between fear and the dark pull of his tenderness. He kept kissing the curve of my throat all the way to the warehouse, until my pulse slowed and the chaos in my chest softened into silence. We were the last to arrive. Hamero's men were already positioned, guns drawn, the warehouse dimly lit and reeking of oil and dust. The driver killed the engine. Pietro stepped out first, pulling me beside him. Inside, the flight crew knelt on the dirt floor, wrists and ankles bound. Their eyes darted between Pietro, Dante, and the armed guards. The pilot, Antonio, looked straight at me, pleading for help. The co-pilot and air hostess trembled so hard, I could hear the sound of their breathing. They were the guilty ones. I could see it in their faces. Pietro left my side, crouching before the captives. Antonio, he said, ignoring the others. The man swallowed hard. Capo, per favor credimi. I don't know what happened. Liberlo. Hai conquistato la tua libertà, Antonio, Pietro ordered, rising. Hamero glanced at him. You're sure about this? Pietro nodded once. Release him. Those two, he pointed at the co-pilot and hostess, are the traitors. Grazie mille, capo dei capi. Antonio cried as the ropes came off. Don't thank me yet, Pietro warned. You're not entirely free. My men will watch you. One hint of betrayal, and I'll put 15 bullets in your body. Yes, capo. Never. I'll never betray you. We'll see. Pietro's expression darkened. Now stand there and watch what happens to people who do. He grabbed the co-pilot by the hair, jerking his head back. Talk, he hissed. The man's breath came in short bursts. He stayed silent. Pietro's patience broke. He drew his gun and fired 3 quick shots into the man's legs. The screams tore through the warehouse like metal. The man's anguished scream echoed through the warehouse, the sound raw enough to pierce bone. Pietro turned his attention to the air hostess. Her blood ran cold as he shifted the gun toward her, his expression void of mercy. Sir, she whimpered, voice breaking into a hysterical cry. The gunshots came like thunder. I pinched my eyes shut for a moment, my heart clawing at my ribs. When I opened them, she was bleeding, dark crimson pouring from her arms and knees. Tie them up with a noose. I want to see them struggle to breathe. His voice was calm. Too calm. Jamero's men obeyed immediately, untying the ropes around their legs and looping them tight around their necks. Their wrists remained bound. Should I repeat myself? Pietro asked, voice sharp as steel. Vitaly Perez, the co-pilot blurted, choking on his own breath as tears streamed down his face. Spill more, Pietro demanded. He paid us to stall the flight, the air hostess gasped between sobs. If you and your wife escaped his assassins, he wanted us to. Tighten it. The command was ice. The ropes drew tighter. Their screams were horrific, wet, desperate, dying. So, Pietro said, circling them like a predator, you betrayed me for Vitaly Perez? Do you have any idea what that man does to children? His voice cracked with restrained fury. He was fighting the urge to kill them right there. They shook their heads frantically, their faces purpling as the noose dug into their throats. I couldn't breathe. Everyone else stood still, impassive, as though watching a show they'd seen before. Pietro stroked his chin, eyes gleaming with calculation. Perez couldn't have done this alone. How did he know I'd be at the Deja Vu Club? Only 3 people knew, Dante, Luis, and Valentine. How the fuck did he find out? We don't know, capo, the co-pilot gasped, struggling for air. Please, we're sorry. Pietro's gaze flicked toward me. Dahlia. My stomach clenched. Yes? Watch, he said evenly, and see what I do to people who make you bleed. I swallowed hard, forcing my eyes to stay open. In a flash, Pietro shoved the gun into the co-pilot's mouth. Dante mirrored the motion with the air hostess. Their eyes went wide, bodies trembling so violently their knees knocked together. Pietro's tone was a whisper, almost tender. See you in hell. The gunfire split the air. Their bodies jerked once, then fell limp. Blood sprayed the walls, splattering Pietro's shirt. Fragments of flesh clung to the dirt floor. The silence that followed was unbearable. My stomach churned, I fought the urge to vomit. Around me no one flinched. Pietro simply holstered his gun and exhaled. Vitaly Perez is next. Chapter 13. Pietro. Dante, my children. An elderly shriek echoed through the grand living room as a petite woman came rushing toward them. She threw her arms around Pietro, hugging him tightly before doing the same to Dante. Aunt Elisa, I can see you missed us, Pietro said with a soft laugh. Elisa beamed, motioning them all deeper inside. Of course I did. It's not every day you come to visit, now is it? Her gaze flicked to me. And her? I froze for a heartbeat, my eyes sweeping over the imperial living room, all high ceilings, carved furniture, and chandeliers scattering light like shattered diamonds. It was as breathtaking as Pietro's mansion, but somehow warmer, filled with laughter and life. This is my wife, Dahlia, Pietro said, drawing me forward. Dahlia, meet Jamero's wife, Elisa. A bright smile spread across the elderly woman's face. She pulled me into a hug before I could react. You're so beautiful, my child, she said warmly. Jamero came to stand beside her, pride glinting in his eyes as she fussed over me. Thank you, ma'am. I'm honored to be here, I replied, still shy. Call me Elisa, she said with a gentle laugh. Her hazel eyes sparkled like sunlight over glass, and the streaks of silver in her blonde hair only made her seem more elegant. Long time no see, cousins, a deep voice cut in. I turned to see 3 tall, broad-shouldered men approaching, each one a mirror of the other, all blonde, sharp-featured, and radiating quiet strength. Dante, one of them said with a crooked grin, you look like you've wrestled with the devil himself. You 3 look far too happy to see us, Dante replied wryly. What's the catch? We got word from Alessio, said the eldest. Sounded like you were going from a wedding straight to a funeral. Anton? Elisa snapped, glaring at him. Anton only lifted his hands in mock surrender, grinning. Mama, what did he say wrong? The second Manuel asked with playful confusion. You 3 are still as mischievous as ever, Pietro said with a smile. Then his tone shifted. I heard demand for opium is rising in Cuba. I trust you're assisting Alessio and Homero with distribution? Before anyone could respond, a woman's voice floated down from the staircase. Pietro, you just got here, must we talk business already? Heads turned as she descended, caramel skin, long hair the color of honey, and a stride full of confidence. Calm down, bro, you literally just arrived, she teased. Her gaze found me next, sharp and assessing. Mariposa Garcia, she said smoothly, extending her hand. Sister to Anton, Manuel, and Jose. Caught off guard, I took her hand. I'm Dahlia, Pietro's wife. Oh, I know, she said with a smirk. My brother has a thing for black women. I can see why. Her eyes lingered on Pietro before she smiled again, this time razor thin. So, who was behind your attack, Capo dei Capi? Jose asked, changing the subject. Vitali Perez, Dante answered flatly. A ripple of tension moved through the room. How did he pull that off alone? Manuel asked. The flight crew helped him, Homero replied grimly. But he couldn't have done it without inside help, Pietro muttered. Someone leaked our location. Only Luis, Valentine, and Alessio knew where we were headed. So now we're hunting for Vitali, Manuel growled. The bastard's probably in hiding by now. Pietro nodded slowly. Cesare sent word that Esteban is somewhere in Cuba. The brothers exchanged dark looks. Who's Esteban? I whispered. Vital's second in command, Pietro said without blinking. He recruits children, turns them into assassins. The ones who can't handle the training are executed. My stomach twisted. Who would do something so monstrous? Vitali and Esteban, Mariposa said simply. El Cabron is here in Cuba? Homero asked. Pietro nodded. Somewhere. We'll find him. Jose smirked. And when we do, we pay the snake a visit, yes, Capo? I like the way you think, Jose, Pietro said with a grin. Enough talk about guns and blood, Elisa interrupted. When are Aurora and Sophia arriving? Cesare said they'll be landing soon, Dante replied. Use any of our villas, Pietro, Homero offered kindly. Thank you, but the Constanzo suits already arranged accommodations, Pietro said. Everything's handled. What about Rocco and Luca? They'll leave Mexico in the morning. Alessio and his family will arrive by evening, Dante explained. He wants the wedding as soon as possible. Pietro nodded approvingly. But Elisa had other plans. She clapped her hands together. You aren't going anywhere. Pietro, Dante, you two never visit. You finally come and think you'll just leave? Absolutely not. Aunt Elisa? No, she cut in firmly. I had the staff prepare guest rooms, stock them with clothes and everything you could need. You're staying until the wedding, and that's final. Mariposa laughed. Please stay, Pietro. If you don't, Mother will never let us hear the end of it. Laughter rippled through the room. Pietro sighed in mock defeat. If you insist, Aunt Elisa. Who am I to say no to you? Wonderful. Rosa, Emiterio? Elisa called toward the kitchen. A man and woman in black and white uniforms hurried in. Llevalos a sus habitaciones, Elisa instructed. They nodded, gesturing for Pietro, Dante, and me to follow. I'll tell the chefs to prepare something special, Elisa added with excitement, already heading for the kitchen. See you three at dinner, Mariposa said with a wink, and I smiled back, unsure whether it was an invitation or a challenge. Dahlia. The open windows invited the cold, tempting wind inside. Moonlight spilled through them, painting a silvery path across the room. I lay on the soft sheets with Pietro beside me, his body a quiet wall of heat against the chill. My mind wouldn't rest. Images from Mexico kept replaying: gunfire, smoke, blood. I'd nearly died 3 times in a single day. It was terrifying, and in some twisted way, thrilling. I never wanted to be pulled into Pietro's world of guns and vengeance. I was content being his wife, far from the carnage that built his empire. But now, no matter how hard I tried to push it away, the ache on my throat kept reminding me I had stood at death's door. What are you thinking, my love? Pietro's deep voice broke through my thoughts. I turned toward him. We almost died today, Pietro. I can't stop thinking about it. He gave a low chuckle, rough and dark. Welcome to my world, Principessa. He pulled me against his chest and lowered his mouth to my neck, tracing it with slow, languid strokes of his tongue. Pietro. I'm scared, I confessed. That man, Vitali, he's after us. Don't be, he murmured against my skin. Your husband can protect you. His reassurance came out as a growl, vibrating against my throat. I hummed softly, surrendering as his lips found mine. The kiss was deep, burning, his tongue claiming, demanding. I melted into him, fingers roaming over his chest, feeling every ripple of muscle beneath my palms. Pietro's arm slid around my throat, holding me in place as he devoured my lips. I whimpered, my breath ragged, my body already trembling for him. He always knew how to erase my fears, how to make me forget the world. The scent of him, leather, smoke, danger, filled my head until I was dizzy. What do you want, baby? He rasped, his voice brushing against my mouth. My pulse stuttered. Everything in me ached for him. I want you, I breathed. He smirked, his eyes glinting with hunger. Say it again. I want you, I whispered, trembling. Feed me, Mr. Pietro. Chapter 14. Oh Lord! A tired groan escaped Dahlia's parted lips as she stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her lips wore a frown, her slender dark fingers rummaging through her braids in an attempt to tie them up. Pietro ponderously walked behind her and snaked his arm around her waist, pressing her against his chest. What's wrong, Bella? He whispered into her ear, his hot breath warming her skin. He stared at her through her reflection in the mirror, with a smirk on his sensual lips. These fucking braids are too much. I think I should go on low cut. What do you say? Dahlia bit her bottom lip and folded her arms. How am I supposed to be dragging your hair when we fuck then? Pietro sensually asked, flashing her come-hither eyes. Dahlia felt a blush spread across her face, and she playfully nudged her shoulder against his chest. Stop being so naughty, Pete. You love it, Principessa, he cockily replied. In a swift pivot, he spun Dahlia around. Dahlia let out a yelp, her eyes widening at the manner in which Pietro roughly turned her to face him. He intently gazed at her, blue orbs feasting on her face. Dahlia felt a heat rumble in her stomach, spreading slowly throughout her body. What, Pietro? She meekly asked. You look so beautiful. I'm really grateful Bruno settled for Chiara and not you, Pietro replied. A wide smile broke on Dahlia's lips. Her mind flashed back to when she was obsessed with Bruno, and her many attempts to gain his love. Thinking of it, Dahlia realized she wasn't scared of Bruno not loving her in return. She was just frightened at the possibility of ever finding love if Bruno did turn her down. It felt like a million stabs to her chest, letting Bruno go and watching him be with her sister. It was probably the toughest decision she had ever made, but she knew it would be fruitless keeping Bruno when his heart was with her sister. And deep down, she also knew she wouldn't be happy knowing she separated her sister from Bruno. Loving someone also involves letting them go, especially if they don't want to be kept. Dahlia learned that the hard way, and she was utterly grateful for the decision she made. It brought her to Pietro, and he was everything she needed in a man. She could never have imagined life without him. He was very dangerous and murderous, but one thing Dahlia knew very well was that he loved her deeply and wouldn't mind sacrificing his life for her. Really? Dahlia asked with reddened cheeks and raised brows. He nodded and flashed her a grin. If Bruno got you, I would have probably had to kill him to get you, my love, Pietro whispered gravelly into her ear. Dahlia's eyes widened and she gasped, covering her mouth with one of her hands. Pietro, she chided. You'd be amazed by how far I can go to keep you by my side, my love. I can kill for you, Dahlia. I don't mind. Pietro, you're scaring me. Don't kill for me, honey, Dahlia told him. Her hands caressed his arms before her lips locked with his in a passionate kiss. How about I take you on a little walk around Havana? Pietro suggested once they broke the kiss. Are you serious, Pietro? You know the last time in Mexico you didn't want to? This is Havana, Dahlia. We are safe here, my love, Pietro cut her off at once. Dahlia gave a defeated sigh and stood straight. I'm down for it, to be honest. It will be such a nice distraction from the frightening events we encountered in Mexico, Dahlia admitted to Pietro. Shall we go downstairs then? After breakfast we leave, Pietro concurred. Dahlia nodded, and they kissed one last time before interlocking hands and making their way through the doors of their room. Dahlia. Good morning, everyone, I greeted in my best possible tone. I was still very new to this side of Pietro's family, and I needed to be as polite as I could. Sister-in-law, how are you? Anton responded. Other members of the family acknowledged Pietro and me by smiling or nodding their heads, apart from Dante, who didn't even spare either of us a glance. The entire family was already seated in the dining area. Some maids were dishing out food for everyone. Glad you and Pietro finally decided to leave your room and join us, Dante finally spoke, raising his head to meet our eyes. Pietro pulled out a chair for me, before sitting down next to me. Yes. It's called love, Dante. But sadly you can't relate, Pietro shot back. I noticed Mariposa trying to stifle her laughter and hide her smile. Mariposa, how are you? I asked, hoping it would interrupt any further attempt at debate between Pietro and Dante. I am good, Dahlia. But I can see my cousins aren't, she replied with a mischievous grin. That's just how they are. Brotherly love, I simply stated. Dante gave a huff, while Pietro chuckled at my statement. Hamero! I got a message from Ricardo that he'll be coming to Cuba soon, Pietro said to Hamero, who had his eyes on his phone. Hamero glanced up and nodded. Ah yes. He'll be coming to the warehouse today. Dante and I are going to meet him. Elisa let out a frustrated hiss. Please, can you men keep your business off the dining table? I'm sorry, Auntie. Business is very important, Pietro replied. Elisa faced Hamero, and he nodded to Pietro's words. Yes, my dear wife. Pietro is very right. Just ignore whatever we say. Ricardo informed me that he'll be shipping 3 tons of morphine and narcotine instead of 10, Dante announced. Pietro raised a questioning brow. Why? Well, for some months, the shipments have been experiencing difficulties, Capo. There have been hitches along the coast, and our drugs have been missing. Seems somebody has been stealing from us. So for now, Ricardo wants to cut down on the shipments until we can fish out the rat, Jose explained. Pietro gave a satisfied nod. I guessed he was used to all this. Butcher the rat when you find it. I need that person sawed in half, Pietro instructed without flickering his eyelids. I stared open-mouthed at his order while the other men just nodded, no sign of disgust at his gruesome command. As for me, I'm taking my pretty wife around Havana. She needs it, he said, winking at me. Great. While we work our asses off, Capo goes on a honeymoon with his love, Dante sarcastically uttered. Like I said, it's love. But you can't relate, Pietro replied carelessly. Breakfast went normally from there on. Everybody talked and discussed with each other, with Pietro and Dante constantly bickering. It got me laughing inside. They think they can't stand each other, but probably bickering was the only way they could express how they cared for each other. Everything was going smoothly, and I just couldn't wait for my tour around Havana with Pietro. Dressed in a floral jumpsuit and flat sandals, Dahlia walked hand in hand with Pietro through Havana. His white shirt was unbuttoned, dark raven locks gliding along with the wind, perfectly matching his gray pants. Her eyes fed on the buildings of old historical Havana. They were beautiful, adorned with mostly bright blue, yellow, and green colors. The streets were as lively as Mexico's. Music played in different corners by street bands, food stalls filled the air with various mouth-watering aromas, and beautiful cars were parked at every corner. So far so good, their day had been lovely. Pietro took her to the beach, before taking her to watch a movie. It was all love and light for Dahlia. She knew he was trying his best to make her forget the torrential events that took place in Mexico. Now they were just walking through the marketplace in the streets. You like this, yes? Pietro sweetly asked, as he picked a necklace from inside the showcase of its seller, and brought it up to Dahlia's eyes. She nodded. Yes, Pete, it's beautiful. Give me one of every necklace you have, Pietro requested, turning to face the elderly seller. Shimmers of joy radiated in the man's eyes. Today was definitely his lucky day. Dahlia watched in awe, as Pietro bought numerous pieces of jewelry for her. You shouldn't have. They're too much, Dahlia objected, but her cheerful voice betrayed her. Nothing is too much when it comes to you, Pietro replied, interlocking his fingers with Dahlia's and leading her out of the market stalls. Dahlia was about to reply, when a masked woman passed them and accidentally bumped into her. Can't you watch where you're going? Pietro retorted at the woman, who scurried away from them without even glancing back to apologize. It's fine, Pete. I don't think she heard you anyway, Dahlia beseeched, caressing Pietro's tensed arm. Let's go, okay? Dahlia added. She moved forward, but stopped after noticing that Pietro wasn't moving. Instead, he had his gaze fixed on the lady, who had now disappeared into the crowds. Pete, come? Dahlia pressed further, which snapped Pietro out of whatever reverie he was experiencing. He looked at Dahlia, and gave a slow nod of his head. Dahlia and Pietro kept wandering through Havana, the memory of the masked woman clearly forgotten from Dahlia's mind. Pete, where are we heading to? Dahlia asked, the moment Pietro began dragging her towards God knows where. Shish, don't talk too loud, Dahlia, Pietro advised in such a serious tone as they walked into an alley. Dahlia immediately felt tension slither down her spine like cold. Her mind raced far, and she wondered why Pietro was now being so serious and talking in a hushed tone. Pietro motioned for Dahlia not to say a word, by placing his fingers on her lips as they hid in a corner. Pietro at once brought out his gun in such a stealthy manner, causing Dahlia's breath to hitch. Seeing his gun only meant one thing: danger was close by. Pietro immediately lurched out of their hiding place, to Dahlia's surprise. Why are you following us? Pietro growled at the masked figure that was caught off guard. Dahlia's eyes widened in an instant on seeing who it was. Pietro pointed his gun at the same masked woman who had bumped into them earlier. You? Dahlia gasped. She has been following us, Dahlia. Now you have just 3 seconds to pull off that mask, else I'll make you eat your own limbs and pass 10 bullets into your head. Pietro threatened, his hold on the gun not faltering. The masked woman stood rigid on the spot, trepidation seizing her. Pietro had taken her by surprise. She never expected him to actually notice that she had been following them. Her eyes trailed to Dahlia's fearful gaze, and back to Pietro's furious eyes. 1, Pietro counted. The woman gulped, and her trembling hands reached for her black face mask. Taking off her hoodie, she proceeded to remove the mask slowly until she had completely uncovered her face. Pietro immediately dropped his gun, his eyes widening in shock. Mother. Chapter 15. Pietro immediately went rigid. Standing on the spot and staring face to face at his mother, whom he hadn't seen for more than 15 years, got him as stiff as a statue. Dahlia watched the scene unfold, anxiety eating her up. She knew fully well that Pietro hated his mother, and she never thought she would actually get to meet her. Hell, she hadn't even met his father yet. Dahlia kept her eyes on Pietro before darting them to the teary orbs of his mother, Maya. Pietro really took after his mother in facial features. He was her exact replica, same blue orbs, full eyebrows and long lashes, dark raven locks cascading over their shoulders and peach lips. But Dahlia noticed something else. Maya looked frail and sickly. Her blue eyes were dull, her eye bags fully out. Dark spots carved markings all around her face. Her peach lips seemed dry, and stains of blood tainted her blue shirt. Pietro, she faintly whispered, breaking the unsettling silence that had taken control of the atmosphere. Maya struggled not to break down, but her body betrayed her as a few hot tears dropped from her eyelids. Dahlia whipped her gaze to Pietro, only to spot him raising his gun once again, pointing it at his mother's head. "Why were you following me and my wife?" Pietro savagely asked. His Adam's apple bobbed with each word he uttered. He was brooding with anger. The astonishment that had once carved its abode in his features had vanished, like it was never there. What now stood in its place was raw, bloody anger. His hold on the gun didn't waver for even a second. Dahlia was horror-struck. Her restive eyes shifted to Maya, who didn't look scared. She probably expected this type of reaction from Pietro, Dahlia thought. Maya pressed her lips tightly together, trying not to break down, but her traitorous body gave her away once again, as the tears streamed like floodwaters from her eyes. "Pietro, please," she pleaded between sobs. "Why were you following me and my wife Maya?" Pietro seethed in anger. Maya took a few mortified steps backward. It seemed Pietro could shoot at any moment. "Pete, calm down please," Dahlia interceded, trying to pacify him. "Do not interfere in this, Dahlia." "Have I made myself clear?" he ordered gravelly, with such authority that Dahlia froze. She could only nod, her terrified gaze now fixed on Maya. I got informed by Homero that you were in Cuba, Pietro," Maya confessed with trembling lips. "That doesn't answer my question, bloody bitch." Pietro spat, not minding how much the words might wound her. Dahlia gasped, horrified at how he addressed his own mother. Maya gazed at Pietro with swollen eyes. She knew fully well she deserved what she was getting from him. She had never treated him right from childhood, and she expected him to be this cruel toward her. "I wanted to just catch glimpses of you and my daughter-in-law before you both would travel back to Italy," Maya added in one breath. Pietro let out a breathy laugh. "Who is your daughter-in-law? You mean my wife? Is she the one you're referring to as your daughter-in-law?" Maya looked confused, and so did Dahlia. Her eyes locked with Dahlia's for a second, before shifting back to Pietro's amused expression. "Why yes," she timidly nodded. "She is not, and will never be your daughter-in-law. What status do you hold in my life that Dahlia should be addressed as your daughter-in-law? Never in your miserable life call my wife that again, you got that?" Pietro commanded, inching closer to Maya and pressing the cold barrel of the gun against her head. She stared open-mouthed at Pietro, words refusing to leave her lips. "You don't have to behave this way towards me, Pietro," Maya begged after finding her voice. "Really?" Pietro asked with a dark chuckle. "Okay, wait, you expected me to welcome you back with open arms on seeing you?" he asked rhetorically, lowering the gun. Maya shook her head fearfully. "Open your mouth to speak, bitch." Pietro suddenly thundered, causing both Dahlia and Maya to almost leap out of their skin. "No, Pietro," Maya uttered sorrowfully. Dahlia could feel tears pooling in her own eyes as she watched. Filthy bitch. I hate you, Maya. Seeing you just brought back memories that were never forgotten. Seeing you reopened wounds that were never healed. Pietro spat, trying so hard not to choke her on the spot. I'm sorry, Pietro, Maya cried bitterly, her knees buckling to the ground on their own accord. Pietro clenched his fists in anger, the veins in his hands becoming more prominent as he turned red with rage. You're sorry? You're sorry, Maya? Huh? God, I hate you so much. You really expected me to be happy seeing you, after everything you did to me, Maya? After how you abused me emotionally, physically, and mentally? Other kids my age would always run to their mother, even Dante could count on Camilla, but my own mother was my worst enemy. Damn it. You tortured me every single day of my life, until the day you finally divorced your husband and ran off to Germany with your lover. You never cared about me. You birthed me, Maya. Maya cried harder as she listened to Pietro release all the anger and resentment he had bottled up over the years. Dahlia, on the other hand, had begun sobbing too. She wasn't even brave enough to touch Pietro, he looked so enraged. Pietro, I am so sorry for everything. I really am, Maya whispered. Pietro could feel stray tears rushing to his eyes. He gave a pained smile and shook his head. You know, Maya, even with your endless abuse, I yearned for the day you'd actually tell me you loved me as your son. But you never did. In fact, you were happiest whenever something bad happened to me. You made it known to me day after day and night after night that you hated me right from the bottom of your heart. What sort of a mother hates and tortures her own son whom she birthed? What sort of a mother starves her own son? What sort of a mother wishes her own son dead? Pietro added, crouching down to face Maya. Maya was speechless and tongue-tied. She couldn't give a reply to Pietro's question. Hearing it all made her feel hatred for her own self. She couldn't believe she had done all this to her innocent son, and abandoned her family for a lover who ended up betraying her and ripping her off her entire savings. I never asked to be born, Maya, Pietro coolly said, standing up and facing the clouds. I never asked to be brought into this goddamn world. So what was the need of bringing me into it, if all you would ever show me was hatred? Now you're appearing out of the blue, telling me you're sorry for everything, and you really expect me to just forgive you? You must be a very big fool if you think that. I know you won't forgive me, Pietro. I know I am the worst mother on earth. Pietro, I just want you to know that I truly am sorry, and for the past 20 years I've been thinking of you, my son. What happened to your German lover? Pietro mischievously asked with a sadistic grin. We ended things a long time ago. He left me and, also disappeared with my savings. I was stranded in Germany. I had to live from hand to mouth. When I finally saved enough to travel out, I was too ashamed to come to Italy. I couldn't face you nor my father, Armani, and my ex-husband Michael. I couldn't even face Alessio, my brother. I had to come to my mother's side here in Havana to cover up my shame. Pietro let out a dark chuckle and nodded his head. So karma finally caught up with you. Maya shamefully nodded. I am so sorry for everything, Pietro. You won't believe me, but I mean it. Lying bitch, Pietro scoffed. Turning to face Dahlia, he gripped her hand firmly. Let's leave here, wife. Maya was shattered into pieces. She knew it would be hard convincing Pietro that she had changed, but a tiny part of her believed he would accept her. Now she doubted it completely. Her heart slammed and palpitated repeatedly, her breathing suddenly becoming rapid, her chest heaving in such a fast manner. As she watched Pietro and Dahlia go, black dots began appearing in her vision. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. Her body shivered, and her head spun. Stretching out her hand, she struggled to call out Pietro's name with all her might. Pietro, Maya called out in one breath before collapsing to the ground. Pietro immediately spun around on hearing the thud of his mother's body hitting the floor. "Maya," he called, he and Dahlia now retracing their steps toward her. Dahlia at once ran to her side and knelt down beside her. "Pietro, she's bleeding," Dahlia informed urgently, as she raised up her shirt to reveal the bandage soaked with blood glued around her abdomen. "What?" Pietro's eyes widened as he rushed over to Maya. He was shocked she had lasted this long with that amount of blood flowing out of her. "Who did this to my mother?" The words slipped out of his lips before he could even stop himself. In one fluid motion, Pietro carried Maya in his arms as he and Dahlia raced to stop a taxi that would convey them to the hospital. Dahlia quickly stopped a taxi, and Pietro got in first with Maya in his arms before she proceeded to enter. He quickly told the taxi driver their destination. "She will be fine," Dahlia attempted to calm Pietro as they drove urgently to the nearest hospital. "Who did this to you, Maya?" Pietro subconsciously asked, ignoring Dahlia's attempt to soothe his nerves. "Pietro. I tried racking my brain to figure out what was going on in my life, but I got nothing. All these unfortunate events began the very day Caravella Casino got attacked, and I received a threatening note from the ghost, whoever he is. From attacks to attacks. Now my mother just showed up out of the blue, with a stab wound in her abdomen. Worst of all, after gaining consciousness, she said she didn't know who stabbed her. According to Maya, she was attacked by a masked man in her little apartment in Havana, and she barely escaped with her life. Everything felt so foggy and confusing. All these villains in the shadows were making my blood boil. I was literally losing it. Heaven spare each and every one of them when I finally discover who they are. First things first, I'll have to deal with Vitaly Perez and find out who gave him details about my arrival at the strip club." Ouch. Maya's whimper cut into my thoughts. I glanced down at her and held her firmly as Dahlia and I supported her steps into Homero's mansion. I wanted to keep her admitted in the hospital, but Maya pleaded in such a hysterical manner that I shouldn't leave her. She felt scared of almost everyone and everything that was close to her. What had become of Maya? The Maya I knew then was proud, bold, and daring. Now this Maya was as timid and fearful as a rabbit. "Careful, Maya," Dahlia gently reassured her. She flashed Dahlia a warm smile and continued walking. Dahlia attempted to engage her in light conversation, while I remained silent. She was probably doing that to soothe her nerves. I pushed open the doors and assisted Dahlia in bringing Maya inside. Coming in, I could see the wave of shocked expressions on all my capos' faces. They were all present, from Dante to Luca to Rocco to Cesare to Thomas and Bianca. Each and every one of them looked doe-eyed. The only people who seemed unfazed were the Garcias. Maya did mention Homero told her about my arrival in Cuba, so she must have been keeping in touch with them. "You?" Dante was the first to speak, coming over to us. Dahlia and I gently placed Maya on a chair. "Dante, you look so grown up," Maya calmly said. "How? I don't understand." "Maya, is this really you?" Thomas asked, joining Dante. "Easy with the questions, please. As you can see, she's the real Maya, and she isn't doing too good," Dahlia replied in Maya's place. My capos all came to surround us, making me sigh. Maya was literally the last person any of us hoped to meet. "Where is Homero?" I asked, turning my head toward Anton. I needed to know why Homero kept in touch with my mother. He was about to reply when approaching footsteps cut him short. Homero alighted from the stairs, and behind him followed my father, Michael. I scratched my head nervously, wondering how Michael would react to seeing his ex-wife here. Maya immediately stood up the moment her gaze locked with Michael's. "Maya, is this you?" he asked in a whisper, eyes wide like a deer caught in headlights. Why was everyone asking her that? Homero looked amused, but didn't say anything. I passed him a glance, and I'm sure he understood what I meant. Michael, Maya breathed out, coming toward him. She stared at him for a few seconds before engulfing him in a hug, taking Michael by surprise. As quickly as she hugged him, she pulled away. Her orbs became restless, and her features turned disconcerted. "No, this isn't Michael," Maya suddenly said. "What the hell?" "Maya, it's me." "What are you saying?" Michael asked, bewildered. Tension began soaring in the air that instant. "Maya, that is your ex-husband," I said, trying to calm her. "No," she suddenly screamed, turning to face me. "This isn't Michael," she began crying, her forefinger pointed at him. "Michael is dead. This isn't Michael, Pietro." "What the fuck? What was going on?" I could see the confusion that had spread throughout everyone's faces. "What are you saying, Maya?" Michael immediately flared up. "You aren't Michael," she repeated. She hastily ran over to me. "He isn't Michael, Pietro, please believe me." "That is an imposter, not your father," she cried hysterically. "Maya, calm down, okay?" I reassured her, noticing her tension was rising. "Why isn't anyone believing me?" Maya screamed, leaving my side and moving to the center of the living room. "Maya, you're not feeling too well, like Dahlia said, so why don't you rest, okay?" Luca came over to her. "He isn't Michael. He will kill us all. Somebody please." Maya yelled through tears. She immediately ran back to my side and gripped my shirt fearfully. "Believe me please, Pietro." "Maya, control yourself. What is all this?" Michael stepped forward angrily. "Don't come any closer or I'll stab you," she warned him. "He isn't who you think he is, I swear. He's an imposter. He will kill us all. Somebody believe me, please." Maya became hysterical, crying and screaming like a deranged lunatic. She thrashed her hands around, consumed by sudden, uncontrollable fear. This was getting out of hand. Luca immediately went over to his bag and brought out an injection. "Don't come close to me. I'm not insane. I'm telling the truth." Maya objected the moment she spotted Luca approaching with the syringe. "It's for your own good." "Luca, please go ahead and sedate her," Michael instructed. Maya ran to my side again and gripped my shirt even tighter than before. "Don't let them touch me, please. I'm not lying. I'm not insane. He will kill us all, please." "Dahlia, tell him. That isn't Michael. He's an imposter. Michael died many years ago. Please believe me, Pietro." I held Maya in my arms, embracing her. "Calm down, Maya. Just relax," I whispered. She clung to me tightly, and I could feel the fear radiating off her body. "He will kill us all, Pietro," Maya cried onto my chest, before the cold sting of the injection needle pierced into her skin, tranquilizing her and lulling her into sleep. Chapter 16. Dahlia. "What the hell was that?" Pietro asked as he walked down from the stairs. He had just taken a sedated, sleeping Maya to one of the numerous bedrooms upstairs. Everybody was still as shocked as ever. I could feel the tense atmosphere. It was soaring in the air, gliding through everyone. Pietro had his gaze fixed on Michael, who seemed the most shocked of all. His brows were creased and deeply knitted, his mouth slightly ajar in blank amazement. "Why did Maya say you're an imposter, Michael?" Pietro interrogated, stepping closer to his father. I noticed Pietro seldom addressed his parents by the titles they held in his life. He always called them by their names, without an ounce of fear. "I have no clue." "Do I look like an imposter to you?" Michael barked back at Pietro. I watched his bloodshot gaze flash toward Pietro, scaring the living daylight out of me. Pietro stood silent. I didn't know what he was thinking, and I was scared to ask. I didn't want to add fuel to the already enraged atmosphere. "I think it's best you leave for now. If Maya sees you, she might go into another panic. So maybe you should just stay away from her, at least until the wedding is over," Luca suggested, walking over to Michael. "Luca, Michael bellowed, clasping his hand on Luca's shoulder and pressing it roughly. I have no idea what's going on with Maya, but you're the medical expert here. Get her well and sound. I don't want her turning into a lunatic. Luca gave a slight dip of his head. Pietro didn't utter a single word. Michael turned his hot gaze to his son. Take care of your mother, he ordered. Pietro nodded. Crazy how this felt like the first time Pietro literally seemed obedient to his parents. Nobody should approach Maya until she regains consciousness, and when talking to her, try as much as possible not to mention Michael. The patient's mental fortitude cannot bear that at the moment, Luca requested once Michael had left. Homero, I want to speak to you, Pietro announced, shoving past everyone and walking toward him. The study room then, Homero suggested, leading the way upstairs. What the hell just happened today? I thought today would turn out to be a normal, blissful experience, but instead, it brought out another confusing problem. Assassins on our necks, and now Maya claims Pietro's father is going to murder us all. What does Cuba really have in store for us? Well, I had a feeling whatever it wasn't something good. I stood close, watching Pietro linger outside his mother's room. After everything that happened yesterday, he'd gone quiet, withdrawn. I had no idea what exactly was tormenting him, and honestly, I didn't have the courage to ask. Was it because he finally found his mother? Or because she accused his father of wanting to kill them all? Maybe both. Pietro didn't look like he believed her anyway. He hovered by the door, his large hands gripping the handle like he was at war with himself, debating whether to go in or not. He hadn't seen her since she regained consciousness. I was the only one who'd spoken to her. She was surprisingly kind, so kind, it was hard to believe she was the same woman who'd abandoned him all those years ago. I walked toward him, slow and cautious. His shoulders were tense, every muscle rigid. I laid my fingers gently on him, and his eyes flicked to mine. I smiled softly, brushing his arm. Go talk to her, okay? You think I should? His voice was low, uncertain. I nodded, giving him a tender look. Yes, Pete. She needs you right now. Please go. He drew in a breath, then pushed the door open. Inside, Maya looked startled when she saw him. Pietro, you're here, she whispered. He only nodded. She shifted, moving her frail legs to make space for him on the bed. He sat beside her while I stayed at the door, quiet, watching. This was their moment, they needed it. How are you feeling? He asked right away. Maya stared at him, speechless, almost stunned. Well? Say something, he pressed, his calm tone oddly disarming. She looked at me briefly, then back at him. I'm fine, she managed, voice trembling. And you? Her fragile hand reached for his, but he glanced down and pulled away. The rejection hit her instantly, her expression fell. I'm good, he said flatly. Glad you're healing, he added abruptly, standing up. No? He couldn't just end it like that. I silently prayed she'd stop him, and she did. Yes, he asked, turning back to her. Come sit with me, she said, patting the bed. He hesitated, then obeyed. The silence that followed was heavy. Both of them were lost in thoughts they didn't dare voice. I'm sorry, Pietro, Maya finally said. For what? His tone was sharp. Being a bad mother? For everything. He met her gaze and let out a dark, bitter laugh. Stop it, will you? It's been over 20 years. I've learned to live without you. Don't start this performance of sympathy now. He wasn't talking to me, but his words still hurt. Maya's eyes glistened with regret. She was truly sorry, I could see that, but she deserved his anger too. It's not an act, Pietro. I mean it, she said, her voice cracking. Why now, Maya? He snapped, his tone exploding through the room. Both of us flinched. Why now? Why come back after all this time? We were better off without you. You caused nothing but pain. And now you show up trying to fix something that was never whole, pretending to be the perfect mother. Tears spilled down her cheeks, sliding silently across her skin. "That's not what this is, Pietro," she whispered, shaking her head. "Then what is it?" he barked. I almost reached for him, but stopped myself. This wasn't my place. "Pete?" Maya's voice was fragile. "I know I'm the worst mother anyone could have, but I'm truly sorry." He rubbed his forehead, letting out a low groan. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its edge. "Why, Maya?" he murmured. "Why did you hate me? What did I ever do as a child that made you despise me enough to leave?" Maya squeezed Pietro's palms before lacing her fingers through his. I felt betrayed by your father, Pete. I married him because I loved him deeply. I knew our marriage would face challenges, every marriage does. Especially when I brought him into this life, into the Mafia, and your grandfather made him a capo. She stopped, voice trembling. But it didn't go as I planned. My marriage was a disaster, Pietro. We both stayed silent, listening as her tears kept falling, each one breaking something inside the room. "This life ruined everything," she continued between shaky breaths. "The fights never stopped. Every day we argued, sometimes before you were even born. I didn't want Michael too deep in this dangerous organization, but clearly he had his own plans." Her voice cracked. "He became my father's dog, always running to his beck and call, and he forgot about his own wife. But the worst part was when I found out about his affair with Camilla. My heart dropped. Camilla was my best friend, Pietro. She went behind my back and slept with my husband. Michael blamed everything on me, said our fights pushed him away, said I was suffocating him." Pietro's voice softened for the first time. "What did Armani do?" Maya gave a bitter laugh. "What did he care? Sometimes I wonder if he even birthed me, Pietro. I miss my mother. If she were alive, maybe our family wouldn't have fallen apart." She wiped her face, managing a weak smile as she reached out and touched Pietro's cheek. "I'm sorry for what Michael did to you, Maya," he murmured. She nodded. Whenever I looked at my growing stomach, I was reminded that I was carrying Michael's seed. I grew to despise him. I didn't want anything to do with him, or with the family. So I had my own affair, and later, I divorced your father. Tears welled in Pietro's eyes. "I never knew the full story, Maya," he whispered, his voice raw. "I'm so sorry," she said, her words breaking apart. "I was so hurt by your father's betrayal that I abandoned my own child. Pietro, will you ever find it in your heart to forgive me?" Pietro pulled her into his arms. It was the first time I'd ever seen my husband cry. He held her tightly, his head buried against her shoulder, his shoulders shaking. "You love me now, Maya?" he asked quietly. It was such a fragile, beautiful sight that I had to bite back my own tears. "I love you, Pietro," she whispered. "I was blinded by hatred for your father, and I took it out on you. But I love you, my son." They stayed like that for a long moment, wrapped in a silence that spoke louder than words. Then Maya lifted her gaze to me. "Dahlia, don't stand there. Come in, please." I hesitated before stepping inside. Her frail hand reached for mine, and I took it gently. "Pietro really loves you," she said softly. "I can see it in his eyes. Please always make my son happy. Don't ever leave him." I smiled, tears spilling despite myself. "I wish you both a long, happy, and fruitful marriage," she continued. "I want you to have the marriage I couldn't. Love your wife, Pietro. Stay loyal to her. She's your number one priority." Pietro nodded, then leaned in to kiss me tenderly on the lips. "You ladies talk," he said, forcing a smile. "I have something to take care of. I'll see you at dinner, Mother." He kissed her cheek before leaving. Finally. For the first time in forever, it felt like something in our lives was going right. "He loves you a lot, Dahlia," Maya said once he was gone. I smiled shyly, but she interrupted my thoughts. "Close the door, will you?" I frowned a little, but obeyed. As I sat beside her again, I noticed the change in her tone, calm moments ago, now serious. Maya? I asked cautiously. She took a deep breath. Promise me you'll protect my son. I blinked, caught off guard. Protect Pietro? Shouldn't he be the one protecting me? I almost laughed, but the look on her face stopped me cold. What's wrong, Maya? I asked, worry creeping in. Her voice came out sharp, urgent. That man, the imposter, he's going to kill me. I gasped, pulling back. For a moment, I thought she'd forgotten about the delusions she'd been screaming about yesterday. Nobody's going to kill you, I said gently, trying to calm her. Luca had told us not to feed into her paranoia. But she shook her head violently. He will. Believe me, Dahlia. Her eyes darted around the room, as if she expected someone to be hiding there. He isn't Michael. Michael is dead, Dahlia. That man isn't my ex-husband. My pulse quickened. Why do you say that? You've mentioned him several times. Dahlia, she cut me off sharply. The man I ran away with to Germany, he was working for the Russians. He never loved me. It was all a setup. Everything, right from the beginning, was a goddamn plot. My stomach dropped. You're serious? I whispered. She nodded, terrified. I overheard him on the phone one night. He was talking about killing Michael and destroying the Armanis. When he realized I'd heard him, he stabbed me twice and left me bleeding. He took everything, my money, my documents, and vanished. I barely survived because my neighbor found me and took me to a hospital. That was over 10 years ago, Dahlia. 10 years. And now he's here again, pretending to be Michael. He'll kill me because he knows I know the truth. Then tell Pietro. I pleaded, my chest tightening. Please, Maya, tell him everything. She shook her head. Nobody believes me. They all think I've lost my mind. He even sedated me, Dahlia. You saw it. Please protect my son. Nobody in this family can be trusted. Secrets are festering everywhere, and I'm terrified for Pietro's safety. Tears finally broke free and streamed down my face. Don't say that, Maya. Nothing will happen to him, or to you. She stared at me with hollow eyes. I'm going to die, Dahlia. Soon. As long as he's alive, I'm not safe. I don't know his real name, but I know he isn't Michael. You're the Mafia queen now, Dahlia. Pietro would die for you in a heartbeat. Promise me you'll stand by him. The enemies are already too many, and he's cleaning up his grandfather's mess. It's only making things worse. I nodded, my heart heavy but resolute. I knew Pietro would do anything to protect me, and I'd do the same for him. I'll always stand by Pietro, Maya, I said, my voice trembling but firm. I'll do everything I can to protect my husband, even if it means dying in the end. Chapter 17. The spacious hall glowed under dim burgundy lights, its regal splendor radiating wealth and power. Everything inside screamed old money and dangerous men. Beautifully ornate round tables were arranged in perfect symmetry, each adorned with scented candles flickering against polished glassware. A small marble fountain stood in the center of the grand hall, water cascading in crystal streams, dusted with golden specks that shimmered under the light. The walls and pillars were draped in pink, white, green, and purple hyacinths, while gardenias were scattered across the tables, filling the air with a lush, intoxicating fragrance. A gold-engraved monogram of the bride and groom's initials stretched across the marble floor, and a live band played soft instrumental music from the center stage. Everything, from the rich floral decor, to the opulent table settings and the waiters gliding around with trays of gourmet dishes, was exquisite. Dahlia's breath caught the moment she stepped into Francesca's wedding reception. Her eyes glistened, drinking in the beauty around her. Pietro, this is amazing, she whispered. Just like you, Pietro murmured, giving her a look that made her blush. You look dangerous tonight, Dahlia. She wore a black Versace gown with a thigh-high slit and a low open back that exposed her smooth skin. Her gold-encrusted Italian heels gleamed beneath the lights, and a Louis Vuitton purse dangled elegantly from her hand. You can be so shameless, she teased, flashing him a lopsided grin as they sat at one of the exclusive tables reserved for them. You love it, he chuckled, eyes gleaming. The hall was packed, laughter and conversation blending with the music. Dahlia's gaze shifted to the dance floor where the bride and groom swayed slowly, other couples joining in. Shall I have this dance, my lady? Pietro asked, voice low and rough as he extended his hand. Yes, you shall, she replied softly, sliding her fingers into his. He led her to the floor, his hand finding her waist as they moved with the rhythm. Dahlia, he murmured against her ear, I could never stop loving you. You know that, right? Pietro, she scolded lightly, feeling heat rise to her cheeks, don't? We're in public. I don't care, he whispered. You're my wife. Look, Dahlia said, tilting her chin toward a pair across the hall. Uncle Alessio and Maya are talking. Pietro turned to look. His mother, animated and smiling, was playfully pinching Alessio's cheeks, tears glinting in her eyes as she spoke. Dahlia couldn't help but laugh softly. She's beautiful, Pietro, Dahlia said, her gaze returning to him. He nodded, his expression softening. She is. Then the atmosphere shifted. A group of high-profile men entered the Constanzo Hall, politicians, ministers, drug lords, all surrounded by armed guards. Their presence commanded instant attention. Pietro immediately released Dahlia's waist. Come with me, Principessa, he said, taking her hand and guiding her away from the dance floor. Among the arriving men, Dahlia spotted Valentine and Luis. The sight of them sent a cold shiver through her, memories of their brutal encounter in Mexico flashing back like smoke and blood. Pietro, the devil himself, Valentine greeted, gripping Pietro's hand firmly with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Dahlia smiled politely, sliding her fingers through Pietro's free hand. I see you brought your beautiful wife, Luis said, his gaze lingering on her a little too long. Pietro's expression darkened. Luis, do I need to make a necklace out of your eyeballs? He said, voice sharp enough to slice glass. Luis laughed under his breath, pretending not to notice the threat. How's Havana been treating you both? Valentine asked as they took their seats. Lovely, Pietro replied curtly. And you? Luis shrugged. Calmer than Mexico, at least. No assassins chasing us this time. Valentine leaned back, curious. Who sent those killers, Pietro? Vitali Perez, Pietro said without hesitation. Neither man looked surprised. How the hell did he manage that? Luis mused. Someone on the inside, Pietro said. My men are tracking both him and Esteban. They won't stay hidden for long. Luis gestured subtly toward a tall, bald man talking to Michael across the room. You notice the chief of police is here? I did, Pietro said with a quiet chuckle. Might have a word with him later. Dahlia stayed mostly silent, letting the men talk business. Their conversation jumped from drug shipments and ammunition routes to the management of casinos, hotels, and clubs, millions of dollars moving through every deal. I've got all the legal documents ready, Pietro said coolly. I'll have Cesare review the contracts before setting a meeting with the Arabs. Luis opened his mouth to respond, but the sound that cut through the hall froze everyone in place. A scream. High-pitched. Panicked. Elisa. Chairs scraped back as guests stood, chaos erupting around the hall. Pietro bolted toward the source, Dahlia closed behind. Elisa was crying uncontrollably, but it wasn't her that stopped Pietro cold. It was Maya. She lay motionless on the marble floor, blood seeping through the hole in her chest. The silencer had done its work. Mother. Pietro roared, dropping to his knees. He gathered her body into his arms, his face collapsing in horror. Call an ambulance now. Homero barked, commanding the guards. Around them the capos drew their guns, tension thick in the air. Rage, confusion, and fear blended into one explosive silence. The shooter's close. Pietro yelled, voice cracking with fury. Find that bastard. Men sprinted out of the hall, guns raised, ready to spill blood. Dahlia's knees buckled. She stared paralyzed at Maya's lifeless body, the blood pooling beneath her, her skin growing pale by the second. "She'll be fine, Pietro," Alessio said hoarsely, crouching beside them. "Let's just get her to the hospital." But Dahlia could see the truth in Pietro's eyes. It was already too late. Tears blurred her vision as she fell beside him, her sobs breaking through the chaos. Who shot Maya? Chapter 18. Pietro exploded in rage. His mother's blood still warm on his hands, he dropped her body without realizing and stormed out of the hall. He wanted blood. Nothing would bring him more satisfaction than putting a bullet through the skull of the bastard who dared to shoot his mother. Inside, Dahlia clutched Maya's body, sobbing into her lifeless chest while panic spiraled through the crowd. The hall was chaos, people screaming, running, crying. No one knew who might be next. The shooter didn't get far. Pietro's men tracked him down to an underground tunnel not far from the hall. The air was thick with tension as they surrounded the place, guns drawn, ready to kill. In one quick motion, the assassin pulled out a revolver and fired, aiming straight at Pietro. The shot rang out. "Fuck!" Pietro shouted as Luis threw himself in front of him, taking the bullet in his arm. Luis's body hit the dusty ground hard, a grunt escaping his lips. Pietro's fury boiled over. "Luis," he roared, kneeling beside him. That single second of distraction gave the assassin just enough time to escape into the darkness. "Damn it!" Pietro bellowed, slamming his fist against the wall. Luca was already crouched by Luis's side, pressing a hand against the bleeding wound. "We need to get this treated, now." Pietro's voice cracked with anger. "Why the fuck would you take a bullet for me? You could have died." Luis let out a pained, breathless laugh. "You're more than a business partner to me, Pietro." Before Pietro could respond, the wailing sound of sirens echoed outside, the ambulance. "Cesare, Luca, get him up," Pietro ordered sharply, holstering his gun. Then he turned and sprinted back toward the hall. The moment he saw his mother's pale, blood-soaked body, his heart shattered. Her once bright face had turned ghostly white, her dress a dark crimson from the blood that refused to stop flowing. "Pietro," Dahlia whispered, her voice breaking when she saw Luis limping in behind him, Cesare and Luca holding him up. He was still bleeding heavily. Her chest tightened. Fear and dread knotted in her throat. Who would be next? She didn't even realize when the paramedics pried Maya's body from her trembling arms and placed her on a stretcher. "She'll be fine, Pete," Dahlia kept whispering as they followed the ambulance in a convoy of black cars. Her voice shook with every word, trying to convince both of them. But Pietro didn't hear her. He couldn't. His mind was drowning in pain. All he could hear was the pounding of his own heart, fast, uneven, brutal. The drive to the hospital was fast, almost frantic. As soon as they arrived, the doctors rushed Maya through the operating doors, while another team took Luis into a separate ward to treat his wound. The waiting area was a haunting blur of silence and grief. Dahlia stood frozen. Elisa was crying softly, her face buried in Jamero's shoulder. Michael stood off to the side with Alessio, both men trying to suppress the storm inside them. Aurora and Sofia sat in the corner. The Gracias children gathered near them, speaking quietly in Italian. Dahlia caught a faint smile flicker across Aurora's face. Probably Anton had said something to lighten the tension. But one face was missing. Armani. Pietro stood alone, back pressed to the wall beside the operating room doors. He hadn't sat, hadn't spoken. His silence was worse than his anger. No one dared to approach him, not even Dahlia. No one knew what was brewing behind his eyes. The doors burst open suddenly, making everyone jump to their feet. The doctor stepped out, his expression unreadable as he walked toward Pietro. Dahlia's heart pounded. "What do you mean by that, doctor?" Pietro asked, voice low and trembling with fury. The doctor looked down for a second, before meeting his eyes. The hallway felt eerily silent, the chaos of the hospital fading into background noise. "We lost her," the doctor said quietly. "She died before you brought her in." "Dahlia." Shock hit the room like a physical blow when the doctor said the words. Maya was dead. For a second the world stopped, then the panic moved through us like wildfire. My chest went hollow. I couldn't breathe. Sound left me until all that remained were the wet hot drops sliding down my cheeks. Around me faces twisted into the same frozen disbelief. I reached for Pietro and he snapped, so fast and ferocious I barely recognized him. How could you let her die? His voice was a raw thing, ripped from somewhere worse than grief. He drew his gun before the sentence finished, and trained it on the doctor. A strangled scream tore from me. Someone tried to stop him. The doctor flinched, hands up, eyes pleading. Pietro didn't listen. Capos surged forward to disarm him, and he shoved them aside with terrifying strength, still holding the weapon like a promise. You were supposed to save her, not tell me she's dead, he bellowed, fury tearing through his blue eyes. Calm down, boy. Homero ordered, grabbing for Pietro while the others closed in. I couldn't move toward him, his rage cut me the way a blade would. I stood rooted, watching the chaos unfold, my mind empty but for Maya's warning that kept replaying, an imposter, a man who wasn't Michael. I looked at Michael. At the way he stood amid the panic, at the small, practiced calm on his face. Something inside me snapped. I lunged. I grabbed him by the collar and yanked him forward, my hands shaking so hard I thought they'd slip. Why did you do it? I screamed, tears streaking down my face. The room turned toward us. Pietro, finally wrestled into stillness, was being led away from the doctor. Michael looked stunned, if he really was Michael. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, cool and baffled as if the world hadn't changed. He tried to pull my hands away from his shirt. You do. I spat. You killed Maya. You sent the assassin. You planned this. I hit his chest. The words came out jagged and hot. Dahlia, don't start this, Bianca warned, stepping forward. I ignored her, because I had vowed to Maya to protect Pietro even if it meant standing against the world. Michael's voice rose, mocking. What nonsense is this, he roared. Pietro, don't you know how to control your wife? His tone was contempt wrapped in concern. Pietro said nothing. He was a statue of grief. Before I realized what I was doing, I snatched the gun out of Homero's hand. It felt heavy and impossibly real. In one motion, I had it aimed at Michael's chest. Gasps scattered through the hall. Dante lunged. What the fuck, has the black woman lost her mind? He snarled, charging. I drove my elbow into him. He doubled over with a grunt and stumbled back. My fingers tightened on the trigger. Men closed in, but Pietro lifted a hand and they froze, obeying him as if he still held the center of gravity in the room. He stepped forward slowly toward me, his voice calm but threaded with something that made the air thin. Give me the gun, Principessa, he said. Soft, controlled, the opposite of the animal fury from minutes before. Tears blurred my vision. Pietro, he killed your mother. Don't let him go free. My plea cracked on the last word. They stared at me like I'd gone mad. Michael spat, venomous. You've been letting Maya feed you nonsense, haven't you? He said. Aurora, someone whispered. Dahlia dropped the gun. Aurora's eyes implored me from across the room. I looked at her, at the lines of worry on her face, at the dull exhaustion in Pietro's shoulders. I shook my head. Dahlia. Pietro's voice was sharper now, an edge that made my stomach flip. Give me the gun. No, I said, steady, facing Michael. I was ready. I could pull the trigger. I would pull it. Pietro's next words were quiet and terrible. You leave me no choice, my love. I turned to see the gun pressed to my temple. Pietro had one of his own aimed at the back of my head. Chapter 19. Dahlia. I froze. My heart dropped to my knees, then shot back up in a wild race, every beat shaking through me. My husband, my Pietro, had just pointed a gun at me. The weapon in my own hands wavered, lowering slowly as my eyes lifted to meet his. His face was unreadable. No regret. No concern. Just blank. Was this a nightmare? Please God, let it be a nightmare. Pietro. My voice cracked, barely a whisper. No one dared to move. The hospital around us seemed to vanish until it was just him and me, husband and wife, standing in the wreckage of everything we'd been. Pietro's fingers tightened on the trigger. The sight made my stomach turn. Would he really? I'm just trying to help you, I whispered, voice trembling as tears blurred my vision. From the corner of my eye, I caught the faint curve of Michael's mouth, a small, satisfied smirk. That bastard. That fucking liar. You leave me no choice, my love, Pietro said quietly. Then a boot slammed against my wrist. Pain shot up my arm as the gun flew from my hand and clattered across the floor. I gasped, stumbling backward. Luca kicked it away before I could reach for it. You need to rest, Dahlia, he said firmly, picking up the weapon. I watched Pietro holster his own gun again, realization dawning on me, he hadn't meant to hurt me. It was a distraction. A wave of relief washed over me, tangled with anger. He'd only been trying to stop me, but I could have ended this. I could have stopped Michael. I dragged my unsteady feet toward Pietro, clutching his collar, forcing him to look at me. His blue eyes were dull, lifeless. Pete, please listen to me, I begged, my tears streaming freely now. That man is evil. He'll kill us all. Please, Pietro. I pointed toward Michael, whose smirk had already vanished, replaced by a mask of innocence. Dahlia? Pietro's voice came low, heavy with something between exhaustion and heartbreak. Baby, please. I pressed my forehead to his chest, sobbing. That man isn't who you think he is. He killed Maya. He killed your mother. He sighed, wrapping one arm around my waist while his other hand slid through my braids in a soothing gesture that only made the pain worse. He wasn't believing me. Bella, calm down, he murmured. But I couldn't. His words faded behind the roaring in my ears. Maya told me, Pete, I cried harder. She screamed it, said he'd kill us all, and we didn't believe her. And now she's dead. Please believe me. Dahlia, please. Pietro's voice broke into a roar that made me flinch. I just lost my mother. I'll find who did this, I swear it. But not like this. Don't do this now. The pain in his tone was raw, unbearable. Tears burned down my face as he held me close, his head falling against my chest. He broke right there in my arms. Pietro Armani, the man everyone feared, was sobbing like a child in front of his family. My world shattered with him. Without thinking, my fingers slid through his damp hair, stroking it gently. I'm sorry, Pete, I whispered. It was all I could manage. Grief hung thick in the air. No one spoke for a long moment. I'll assign a driver to take you both home, Homero finally said, breaking the silence. I nodded weakly. Pietro couldn't even lift his head. Pietro, Bianca called softly, walking toward us. Her hand reached out to touch him, but I caught her wrist before she could. She froze, staring at me wide-eyed. Don't touch my husband, I said quietly, voice flat and cold. She pulled back, flustered, forcing out, You'll be fine, Pietro, before hurrying away. Nobody could be trusted anymore. Not tonight. Michael's voice cut through the tension like poison. Dahlia, next time I won't take this little stunt lightly, he said, eyes narrowing at me. Control your emotions. Then turning to Homero, he added, Take care of my son. I watched him walk away, rage boiling up inside me. He wasn't Michael. He was the imposter Maya had warned me about. And now she was dead because of him. And I knew with bone-deep certainty that whoever was trying to destroy us was standing right there, inside our own family. Dahlia. I was breaking into 1,000 pieces, each shard a fresh ache. My heart felt perforated by grief so sharp I could hardly breathe. Today we buried Maya, and it still didn't feel real. Pietro had locked himself away for 3 days. He didn't leave the room. I brought him breakfast, lunch, dinner, meals he barely touched. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at the ceiling, as if Maya's face had been carved into it. Everyone came for the small burial, family, a handful of close allies. Maya's casket stood open at the altar, and the sight of her still, colorless face tore something out of me. She had been alive a week ago. Images flashed, how we'd found her with that terrible wound in Germany, how she'd recovered, how she'd smiled at us. Now she lay motionless with a bullet-hole chest. I could not stop the tears, neither could Pietro. He stepped forward and spoke, words raw and broken. "Mum, I just found you. Why did you have to leave so quick?" His voice cracked on that question, the longest sentence he'd spoken since he'd shut himself away. Elisa clung to Homero's arm, coughing through her sobs. The Gracia's children clustered around Sophia, quiet weeping soaking the pews. Aurora arrived last. At the sight of the casket she collapsed to her knees, muffled cries echoing through the church. Alessio hauled her up, his eyes wet and stunned. How he held himself together I couldn't tell. Armani was there too. Devil-hearted or not, he was broken. He came up to Pietro and laid a hand heavy on his shoulder. A silent steadiness that seemed to do more than any words could. We stepped back to let the priest begin. Pietro's men lifted the casket with solemn, practiced care. I doubt Pietro heard a single sermon line. I'm sure he didn't want to. The woman he'd just found would soon be 6 feet under, and the thought didn't fit any plan in his mind. When the priest's voice faded, we followed the pallbearers out into the chill air. The hearse waited, and as Maya's casket slid in, sorrow sat on every face like mortar. My eyes snagged on Michael for a stupid second, trying to read him, failing. I forced myself to look away. Alessio moved in a fog of guilt. Francesca and her husband were there. He nearly faltered walking. Everyone kept their grief private, small and sharp. We drove in convoy to the cemetery. "Is this real, Principessa?" Pietro asked when we pulled up. I nodded through my tears and used the back of my hand to wipe my face. Pietro's men carried the casket across the grass toward the grave he'd ordered, beside his grandmother's tombstone, a stone carved with care. The earth waited like an accusation. The lowering machine hummed, and the casket slipped down into the dark as the priest intoned words that felt distant and thin. 2 vocalists, women, sang a hollow, heartbreaking melody that drove the grief deeper into our throats. One by one family members scooped handfuls of soil and let it fall on the wood. I did the same. Pietro was last. When his hands emptied, he spoke with a voice made of gravel. "I'll find out who ended your life, Mother. I promise you." He let the soil drop. The sky above was clear and bright, obscene against the black in our chests. We stood until the workers filled the grave, until the dirt smoothed over, until the sound of shovels faded. The silence afterward was thick. I swallowed grief like a bitter pill and leaned toward Pietro. "Can we go to church tomorrow, Pete?" I asked, my voice small. He turned to me. "Why?" "I'm scared," I admitted. I want us to go, to talk to a priest." "I don't do that, Dahlia," he said bluntly, the old edge returning. For a horrible second, I thought he'd refuse. Then quieter, almost grudging, he added, "But if you want it, I'll go with you." Relief burst out of me. "Thank you. Anything for you, Bella." He gave me a faint, fragile smile, one that didn't quite reach the darkness in his eyes. Everything was spiraling. It felt like the only thing I could do was seek some kind of mercy. So tomorrow, if Pietro agreed, we would sit with a priest and try to find whatever comfort was left.
Chapter 20. Pietro. I took Dahlia's hand and led her to the waiting car. She'd insisted on the church, and I hadn't wanted to go, but I'd given in. Anything to keep her from falling apart. My mother's death had hollowed me out. Her smile haunted the edges of my mind like a film I couldn't stop. Attacked in her apartment in Cuba, then shot in a hall where she should have been safe. The why kept circling me, hungry and angry. My men stood behind us, 20 maybe more, faces flat waiting for orders. Esteban had been located in Cuba. The word had come in from the capos. Finally. My gun was already aching for his face. "Half of you go to Esteban's location. Keep eyes on him. The other half stay close, monitor him, don't lose him," I said. Half of them melted into the night. the rest piling into black cars to shadow ours. "Pete," Dahlia called. I turned and gave her a smile. She looked beautiful, fragile in the dark, and for a second the rest of it, the anger, the plans, fell away. "Did you miss me?" I teased. She rolled her eyes. "Drive. We don't want to keep the priest waiting." I started the engine, and we merged onto the highway. From the corner of my eye, I kept catching Dahlia, glancing back at the convoy of black cars. Her fingers were white at the knuckles. "What's wrong, darling?" I asked. "Why are your men following us?" Her voice was thin. "For protection." "Be calm, hon." I tried to make it sound casual. She nodded slowly and folded into herself. We pulled up to the huge Catholic church a few minutes later. I killed the engine and stepped out. Dahlia didn't wait for me to open the door. She slid out, delicate, purse in hand, eyes on the carved entrance. "Hold on, baby," I murmured, then walked over to speak to my men. "What did you tell them? Why are they dispersing?" "I don't want them frightening the priest," I told her when I came back. "They're in hiding." She smiled, smug and trusting, and threaded her fingers through mine as we stepped inside. The church smelled of wax and old wood. A priest stood at the altar in white, waiting. Dahlia had arranged this. "Good evening, Father," she said softly. The priest blessed us, and for a ridiculous second I imagined her submissive voice where it shouldn't be, felt the heat of a private thought and shut it down. This was not the time. We took a bench, both of us silent until the hush settled around the pews. Dahlia inhaled, then leaned forward. "Father," she said, voice catching, "we need the Lord's guidance." "Speak freely, my daughter," the priest said. "You are safe in the house of the Lord." Dahlia looked at me and hesitated. "I am a sinner, and so," she trailed off, seeking me. "So is my husband," she finished. The priest's eyes flicked to me. I felt his small, probing glance pierce across the wooden pew like a needle. "You must repent and not repeat those sins," he told her. Dahlia moved to speak, but I cut in on a mood I didn't want explained. "I'm afraid I'll keep on sinning, Father," I said, blunt and without pretense. An awkward quiet dropped over the three of us. Dahlia looked at me, confused. The priest's brow furrowed. "You're in the house of the Lord, my son." "What sin do you mean?" he asked. "Forgive me, Father, but I can't say." I let my words hang. He looked unsettled. My confession had no shape for him. "Your words are vague, my son," he said. I met Dahlia's eyes, and softened only enough to let her understand. "I sin for my family," I told the priest. "For her." I let out a breath, and the confession felt like iron. Dahlia, quick to soothe, cut in. "Father, pay no attention to my husband. We just need your guidance." The priest's voice gentled. "Confess your sins and repent. The Lord watches over the righteous." He placed his frail hands on both our heads and blessed us as we stood. Dahlia thanked him, relieved, and when I stepped outside I saw the small smile, fragile, real, return to her face. I would kill to see that smile every day. "Pietro, thank you for coming with me," she said. "You can thank me in a better way," I replied, leaning closer. "We're in a church, Pietro," she whispered, pushing me gently with a hand to my chest. "So?" I said, amused. Her color fled and she blushed. "Not here. Not now." "Okay, Principessa. You'll thank me properly later. It's been a long time." I let my eyes travel. My mouth found a dangerous smile. My men were emerging from the shadows then, folding into positions as they always did. "You," I barked at one of them. He moved like a dog to my command. "Take my wife home. If there's so much as a scratch on her, you'll carry the scars." Am I understood? Dahlia's voice, small and stubborn. "I can go home myself, baby." "No." I shook my head. "He will drive you." "And where are you going?" she asked. "To handle some important issues," I said, deliberately vague. She didn't like the answer, but she dipped her head and let my underboss help her into the car. I watched them drive away until their taillights swallowed them. Then I turned back to my men. "Let's go visit Esteban," I ordered, the word a promise, my jaw tight. The hunt had started. Chapter 21. Pietro. I pulled my car across the street, facing a bungalow in one of the suburbs of Cuba. I pushed open the doors of my car and watched my capos stride over to me. They had already arrived before me, surrounding the entire vicinity. I leaned against my car, making sure my gun was perfectly placed in my pants. Pietro, Esteban is in there with a woman, Dante informed me as he walked over with Thomas, Cesare, Luca, and Rocco. Luca, Rocco, I need briefing on the Mexican politicians. But for now, let's take care of this motherfucker. I walked over to the windows with my men. Glancing through the partly pulled-apart curtains, I spotted Esteban on the sofa with a red-haired. She was naked before him, sitting directly on his cock and riding him off. His grunts were low but audible enough as she bounced on him, throwing her head back whilst he gripped onto her ass and thrusted his hips upwards. I gave one of my underbosses the signal, and he at once kicked open the door, we all rushing in like swarm of bees. I pulled out my gun and gave off a warning shot. The woman flipped around and screamed, jumping off Esteban. I watched her terrified orbs glued on us as all my men pulled out their guns. Pietro. Shit, son of a bitch. Esteban cursed. My fist balled in an instant, my inner demon frothing within me, eager to put bullets in his body, but I managed to calm myself. I won't kill him just too quickly. Yes, Pietro in the flesh, Esteban, I said casually, taking a seat on the sofa. His jaw clenched, and his nostril flared, but I could see he was putting up a fearless exterior. What the hell do you want? He spat at me. Oh, I just came to say hi to you and your... I pointed at the naked, mortified woman, quivering in her skin. Your woman, I completed. Stand up, pretty doll, I tell her sweetly. Don't move a muscle. Esteban countered my orders to the red-haired. I chuckled loudly, before raising my head and pulling the trigger right above her head. It was a deliberate missed shot. The woman screamed and crumbled into tears. Should I repeat myself, Gatina? I sensually asked. She shook like a leaf and immediately stood on her feet. Ignoring her shuddering profile, I turned my attention to Esteban. Stand, I commanded, in a harsher tone. I could see the fear in him rising with each breath. Sweat droplets circulated around his head, and his breathing became rapid. Pushing himself off the sofa, he struggled to stand. His legs were tottering. His dick was still firm and hard. A devious smirk curled by the side of my lips, and I moved again towards the red-haired, letting my men flank around Esteban. What's your name, sweetheart? I asked, moving strands of her disheveled hair off her face. Vanessa, she replied, her lips quivering and her eyes wandering everywhere else but to my face. Are you his whore? I asked once again, throwing my head at Esteban. Why yes, she swallows, her tears trickling down her cheeks. Look at me, I commanded her. She forced her eyes to meet my unwavering gaze. I encircled my hand around her throat. She jerked and was about screaming, but I shot her a dangerous glare which got her to quickly throw her hands over her mouth, stopping her cries and releasing muffled wailings instead. Now you are going to be a good girl for me, okay? I told her, and she nodded meekly. Get on your knees, darling, and deep-throat him, I ordered with a wry smile. Leaving no room for questions, she does as she is told and quickly crouches down to her knee. Sliding Esteban's cock into her mouth, she began pushing his dick in and out of her mouth. Esteban looked at me with shock. I smiled and took a seat opposite both of them. Suck that dick aggressively, I ordered once again. I watched Vanessa increase her pressure on sucking him. Esteban immediately began feeling discomfort as Vanessa sucked on him with so much intensity. The lady was scared for her life. Bite him, I spat, hitting my fist on the sofa armrest. Esteban had his eyes widened in horror as Vanessa complied. He tried pushing her head back to stop her from carrying out my command. Hold him down, I ordered to my men, and two of them went over to Esteban's trembling form, restraining him from pushing Vanessa away. Vanessa, stop. Shit. Make this stop, please, he pleaded like a child with Vanessa biting on his dick. His screaming filled the entire room, but I wasn't done with him yet. Stop, Vanessa. The lady pulled his dick out of her mouth in fear. Teeth marks and blood trails decorated his now injured cock. Right him, sweetheart. I rolled the words effortlessly off my mouth. Pietro, no, please don't do this, Esteban pleaded. My men immediately restrained him, pushing him down to sofa. Now, I ordered, in fury, noticing Vanessa's unwillingness. She quickly cradled upon him and began bouncing on his injured cock. Esteban's screams became hysterical as she rode on his injured cock. Pietro, why are you doing this to me? Vanessa, stop, please. I watched it all with joy. This motherfucker and Vitaly both made an assassination attempt on me and my wife. I'm used to all these, but Dahlia isn't. An attack on Dahlia is an attack on me. I will make sure I sever his head from his worthless body. Without hesitation, I pulled the trigger on Vanessa. Her body immediately went rigid, and she fell forward onto Esteban. He instantly pushed her off him in horror. His dick by this time was already bleeding. Why are you doing this, Pietro? What the fuck do you want? Assassins were sent to gun down I and my wife. I found out Vitaly was responsible, and I know very well the reason he did all that was because I ordered for all child trafficking activities to be put to a complete stop, but unfortunately, I also got word that the disgusting trade is still going on in the heart of Mexico, I explained to Esteban. He opened his mouth to talk, but no word could come out. How dare you both send assassins to gun down I and my wife? I seethed. Get the machete and the dagger, I ordered, facing Rocco. He dashed out and came back seconds later with an awfully sharp machete and dagger. I stretched out my hand, and the dagger is handed to me first. Taking ponderous steps towards Esteban, I watched him shake rigorously, his brows wrinkling and his Adam's apple bobbling. Pietro, you don't, he stammered, attempting to beg for his life. I motioned for my men to hold him tighter, preventing him from moving or thrashing around. Your decapitated body will be sent to Vitaly as a gift. The same fate awaits him. My grip on the dagger tightened, and I furiously connected it to his stomach. Stabbing him repeatedly, blood gurgled out of his mouth. I stabbed him so much that his stomach tore open, his organs spilling out. My hands and shirt were covered with bloodstains, but I didn't mind. Throwing the dagger away, the machete was handed to me. With a sharp swing, Esteban's head was sent rolling down. I pulled away breathlessly and handed the machete to Rocco. Decapitate his body and send it to Vitaly. Make sure to tell him that he is next. Dahlia. I sat on the bed with Pietro on his laptop, seated opposite me. He had his back turned against me, as he was so engrossed in whatever he was doing. The only sound heard in the room was his fingers vigorously moving against the keypads of the laptop. The screen of the laptop gave the room a blue glow. This evening, Pietro came back home with his shirt all rumpled and crimson red. I almost got a fright upon seeing how bloody-looking and dangerous he appeared. One would think by now I was used to my husband's way of life. But honestly, I was tired of all the deaths and killings. I just want us to be a normal couple, with normal average lives, and without fear of assassins or hitmen trying to gun us down. Pietro, I called out to him timidly. Yes, my love, he replied without sparing me a glance. I want to go back to Italy, I told him. Are you scared, Principessa? He inquired, chuckling. I nodded, even though I knew he couldn't see me nodding. I was fucking scared. I've been witnessing deaths and death-near situations ever since we left the Italian soil. It seems everyone is after us. Everyone wants to have us dead. I am. I really am. I want to go back home, please. I don't want to stay here any longer, I practically pleaded, fighting off the tears that were threatening to spill. Pietro swirled his chair around to face me. Don't be scared of anything or anyone, Dahlia. I'll protect you with my very own life, I promise you that, he reassured me with every tone of sincerity in his voice. I nodded and rubbed my eyes. My gaze once again landed on Pietro, who had a sly smile on his face. He gawked at me with heated, wistful stares. I could feel my heart racing and my thighs clenching together. Standing up, he came over to me on the bed. I shuddered, feeling him leaning over me. "I want to fuck you so hard," he whispered to me as he tugged down my nightgown. Like a submissive, I subconsciously pulled it down more, allowing Pietro to rip off my panties and leaving me bare before him. His scent has my legs clenching, and his dominating aura oozes around. Staring at this man had me burning in such an unquenchable fire, and my body trembling in excitement. Impatiently, Pietro pulled of his own clothes. His naked sight has me drooling. My eyes fed on every single perfect feature of his body. I'm a mess for this man. On your fours now. I want that ass facing me. Like an obedient slave, I wasted no time in adhering to his command. My heart skipped a beat when I felt Pietro spank my ass. I moaned out immediately, and he delivered another spank, causing me to be consumed by the raging inferno within me. "La mia puttana, my whore," Pietro groaned in Italian. His accent had me quaking in my skin. He immediately inserted 2 fingers inside me. "Oh, Pete." "Fuck," I moaned as he drilled me with his fingers, thrusting in deeper. His pace increases, and so does my moans. The most shameless moans escaped my lips, my eyes rolling inwards. Pietro drilled me faster, and yet faster, with his expert fingers maneuvering through my wet folds. "Jamir per papa, moan for daddy," Pietro huskily gruffed from behind me. "Oh God. Please more," I cried out, my legs quivering. "You are so naughty, Bella." Pietro pulled his fingers out of me, causing a cry of protest to leave my lips. Instantly, he slammed into me, his dick now replacing his fingers. Soft, pleasurable moans pushed past my trembling lips as Pietro thrust in quicker and harder into me. His one hand fisted into my braids, whilst another was placed on the arc of my back, making me stick out my ass even more. I gripped tightly the sheets of our bed as his thrusts became more furious. The most ungodly moans left my lips as he pounded me hard. I bit down on my bottom lips in painful pleasure as Pietro devoured me whole with each animalistic thrust, groaning all sorts of profanities in Italian whilst making sure I took in all of his dick. My heartbeat raced to its summit. I gasped for air with my walls clenching around him. My orgasm came rushing through, and my body convulsed. Pietro pounded me more harder, not giving a fuck about the juices flowing down my thighs. "Dolce figa," Pietro grunted as he thrust it in one last time, releasing his hot seed inside me. Flipping me over, his lips marshed unto mine, our tongue moving in sync. "You are so delicious and exotic. I can never get enough of you, Dahlia." He laid by my side, hauling me against his body that had become moist as a result of the way he fucked me. I hummed a reply and leaned against his chest. Pietro truly knows how to soothe my worries. I love this side of him. To the world, he is cold-hearted, but to me, he is nothing but loving. Even though I know how dangerous he is, I still don't want to be without him. I need to become like him in his world of animalistic men, guns, and death. Pietro would give up his life to protect me, and I'm ready to risk mine for him too. "Hold me like this, Pietro. Don't ever let go," I whispered barely audibly before drifting off into sleep.
Chapter 22. "Thank you, babe," Dahlia said, smiling as Pietro helped her step onto their jet. For the first time in weeks, she felt something close to relief. They were leaving Cuba behind, and with it all the nightmares that had followed them. The trip to Mexico and Cuba had been nothing short of hell. Assassins. Blood. Fear. Each day had turned into a fight for survival, and the memory of it still clung to her skin like smoke. But even now, as the jet's engines hummed softly, one thing refused to leave her mind: Maya's warning. That last conversation still echoed through her thoughts like a curse. "Michael isn't who you think he is. He'll kill you both." Every time she remembered it, her chest tightened, and the same cold terror rippled through her. How could she prove it? How could she make Pietro believe? If Michael truly wasn't who he claimed to be, then Maya's death was only the beginning. She'd already defied him publicly, pulled a gun on him. If he was an imposter, she had just painted a target on her own back. But at least Pietro was by her side. He would risk anything to keep her safe. She knew that. The question that haunted her was, at what cost? Would she end up sacrificing her own life to protect his? Or worse, would she lose him to this endless war of blood and power? Dahlia, Pietro's deep voice pulled her from her thoughts. What are you thinking about? She blinked, startled. She hadn't even realized she'd been staring blankly at the window. I'm just happy we're going back to Italy, she said softly. Pietro's lips curved into that faint, knowing smile. I'm sorry this trip turned out like this, Bella. I never wanted any of this to scar you. Don't say that, Dahlia replied, placing her hand over his. Her touch was gentle but certain. I've accepted your world, Pietro. The danger, the chaos, it's all part of you. And if I want to survive in it, I have to be as strong as you. She let out a small laugh, trying to lift the weight in the air. Guess I need to get used to your world of gun brawls and blood feuds. Pietro watched her, half amused, half stunned. This woman, the same one who once flinched at the sound of a gun, had changed. She'd fought back in Mexico, even killed one of the men sent after them. She'd faced his father with a gun in her hand and fire in her eyes. The thought of it stirred something primal in him. Dahlia was both softness and steel. A woman who could tremble in his arms one moment and stand against his enemies the next. But that very strength frightened him. He'd built an empire of danger, and now the one person who gave him peace was standing inside the crosshairs. The ghost was still out there watching, waiting. Vitaly still breathed, the man who'd ordered their assassination. And worse, someone inside Pietro's own circle had betrayed him. Dahlia was his weakness. If anyone ever touched her, he knew he'd burn the entire world to ash. I'll always protect you, Dahlia, Pietro said finally, voice low and raw. I'll never let anything happen to you. He reached across the seat, catching her mouth with his. Dahlia melted into the kiss, fingers threading through his hair, holding him close as their lips deepened. I love you, Bella, Pietro murmured against her lips. I love you too, Pete, she whispered back. He kissed her again, fierce, desperate, a promise that whatever waited for them in Italy, they'd face it together. Dahlia. Words couldn't describe how ecstatic I felt the moment my feet touched Italian soil. Finally, home. Away from Mexico, away from Cuba, away from death. The air smelled like freedom. But also like memory. What I had seen, what I had survived, had changed me forever. Being the wife of a mafia boss was never meant to be easy. I knew that now. I'd stared death in the face more times than I could count, and each time it whispered Pietro's name. He'd made sure to fly Aurora and Sofia home first, and his capos had handled the safe return of every man who'd followed us into that blood-soaked journey. Pietro wasn't the monster the world made him out to be. Ruthless, yes, but the way he protected those he loved, the way he looked at me, my heart belonged to him entirely. He led me by the hand into our home. The front doors swung open, and there they were, Sofia, Aurora, and the rest of Pietro's men waiting in the grand hall. Finally, you're back. Sofia shrieked, throwing herself into Pietro's arms before turning to hug me tightly. I thought you two were never coming back, she half laughed, half cried. Oh heavens no, I said, smiling through the exhaustion. I was counting the hours to come home. Aurora emerged from the kitchen, her smile radiant but her eyes wet. Thank God you're both safe. I don't know what I would have done if I'd lost either of you. You won't lose any of us, Aurora, Luca said confidently, flashing a grin. We all use the gun. We can handle ourselves, Cesare added, earning a few approving nods from the other capos. Aurora only sighed. You men are fearless. But promise me you'll still be careful. Bianca's voice floated from the back of the room. You won't lose any of us. I glanced at her and smiled faintly, though something about her presence sent a strange chill through me, a quiet, uncanny energy I couldn't place. Pietro finally spoke, his voice cutting through the chatter. "While you all talk, my wife and I are going to freshen up. We just got back. Lunch will be ready soon," Aurora called as we headed upstairs. Inside our room, Pietro's demeanor shifted. His tone grew low, serious. "Dahlia, I need to show you something." He led me into the dressing room and opened the metal safe, the same one where I'd once found his flash drive. But this time, there was more inside. A small black backpack sat neatly in the corner. "Pietro, did you put that there?" I asked, pointing at it. "Yes," he said quietly, pulling it out. "Before we left." He met my eyes. "Dahlia? I'm going back to Mexico." The words hit me like a bullet. My breath caught in my throat. "What?" "No, why?" He stepped closer, his voice calm but edged with steel. "I have to deal with the people who tried to kill us. I need to finish it, Dahlia." My heart broke open. "Pietro, please don't go back there. We barely survived." "I can't." He cupped my face, his thumb brushing away the tears I hadn't even realized were falling. "This bag," he said softly, "has everything you need if something happens to me. It's maps to my safe houses, codes for the airbase, and access to emergency cars. Each one is armed, fueled, and ready to move. Cash. Weapons. Phones." "Stop," I whispered, shaking my head as panic clawed through me. "Don't talk like that. Nothing's going to happen to you." "Dahlia," he murmured, tilting my chin up so I couldn't look away. "You are my greatest weakness. The thought of losing you destroys me. But I need you safe, even if I'm not here to protect you." He pressed his forehead against mine, voice trembling just slightly. "Bianca will stay here while I go with the others. I'll clear out every last enemy before they can ever reach you again." Tears blurred my vision. "Pietro, please." He didn't answer. Instead, he kissed me, deeply, desperately, like a man saying goodbye without wanting to admit it. Every emotion he tried to hide spilled through that kiss: fear, love, guilt, obsession. I clung to him, my tears mixing with his breath, my heart breaking beneath his touch. "Nothing will happen to you," I whispered against his lips. "I won't let it." But deep down, I knew. When Pietro said he was going back to Mexico, it wasn't a decision. It was a sentence. Chapter 23. Dahlia. My eyes stayed fixed on the road, my fingers locked around the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles whitened. It had been a week since Pietro left for Mexico, and I still couldn't stop replaying our last conversation. The way he'd looked at me, intense, torn, full of unspoken fear, kept breaking my heart all over again. Every night, I prayed he'd come back, that I'd hear the familiar rumble of his car outside, or feel his arms around me again. I couldn't bear the thought of losing him, or of becoming another name on the long list of people who died because of him. Where were all these enemies even coming from? Why did it feel like the entire world wanted us dead? Maya's face flashed in my mind, and a single tear slid down my cheek. She'd been so brave, so sure of what was coming. She'd warned me, and I hadn't listened, none of us had. Now, every time I thought of her, I felt a strange, icy certainty that I might share her fate. A bullet in the chest. A warning ignored. I was sinking deeper into those thoughts when a voice snapped me back. "Dahlia." A sharp tug on the wheel jolted the car to the right, just in time to avoid an oncoming truck. Bianca's hand was on the steering wheel, her breathing heavy. My heart hammered. What just happened?" "You almost killed us," she shouted. "You can't even focus on the road. I told you I should drive, but you insisted. What the hell is wrong with you?" "Bianca, stop yelling at me." I snapped, the words sharper than I intended. "I am the wife of your capo dei capi. I won't tolerate your disrespect." The fire in her eyes dimmed, but something darker flickered behind it. She dropped her gaze. "I'm sorry, Molière," she muttered through gritted teeth. I ignored the apology and restarted the engine. "You're not driving again, are you?" she asked, alarm rising in her tone. "I'll focus this time," I said, forcing steadiness into my voice. "I've just been thinking too much about Pietro, that's all." She leaned back in her seat, arms crossed tightly. "I hope so," she whispered. We drove in silence after that, the hum of the tires filling the quiet. I tried to keep my thoughts blank, but they kept circling back to Pietro, to Mexico, to death, to the gnawing dread that something terrible was waiting for us. I glanced sideways at Bianca. Her expression was unreadable. Even though Pietro trusted her more than anyone, I couldn't ignore the feeling that something about her had changed since he left. There was a coldness now, a weight in her silence that made the air between us feel dangerous. Still, I said nothing. In this world, trust was a loaded gun. You never knew when it might go off. Then, out of nowhere, I spotted a familiar figure walking along the side of the road, a tall blonde man with a satchel slung over his shoulder. "Miles?" I breathed, easing the car toward the curb. The glass was tinted, so he couldn't see me clearly at first. His brows knit in confusion as he turned toward the car. I rolled the window down. The moment our eyes met, recognition bloomed across his face, followed by a wide grin. "Dahlia?" "What a surprise," he said, stepping closer. "How have you been?" "I've been good," I said automatically. Then glancing at Bianca, I added, "You know Miles, don't you?" She gave a small shrug. "Of course," she said flatly. "Come in," I offered, unlocking the back door. "Thank you." Miles smiled as he slid into the back seat, his usual easy charm filling the air. Once he settled, I started the car again. "What are you doing around here, Miles?" "I was heading to Pio Emanuele. I work nearby, remember?" I nodded, chuckling faintly. How could I forget? We were in the same field. He gave me a teasing look. "It's been forever since I've seen you. Don't tell me you've been hiding from me." "Why would I hide from you?" I laughed softly. "I just traveled for a while." His eyes sparkled with curiosity. "How was it?" For a moment, I couldn't answer. My mind filled with the chaos of Mexico and Cuba, the blood, the betrayals, the constant threat of death. "It was fine," I said finally, forcing a smile. He didn't look convinced, but he let it go. "Well, I'm glad you got away for a while. Italy can feel suffocating sometimes." I smiled faintly, but my gaze flicked to Bianca. She hadn't spoken once since he got in. Her posture was rigid, her eyes cold and distant. And as I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that while I was trying to escape my enemies, one of them might already be sitting beside me. Bianca swirled the amber liquid in her glass, eyes fixed on the phone screen in front of her. A sly smile slowly curved her lips. Miles showing up had been nothing but coincidence, this time. But she had made sure to turn that coincidence into opportunity. Now, back home and away from Dahlia, she could finally begin. This was the perfect moment. Pietro was thousands of miles away in Mexico, and Dahlia, lonely, emotional, and foolishly open, had no idea she'd just handed Bianca her golden weapon. The recording sat saved neatly on her phone, Dahlia's light laughter, Miles's teasing voice, the faint intimacy of their conversation. Nothing incriminating on its own, but enough to make Pietro see something that wasn't there. Enough to plant the first seed of jealousy. Bianca leaned back on the couch, taking another sip of her cocktail. Her plan was simple: ignite Pietro's temper, let his possessive rage consume him, and when the dust settled, she'd be there to pick up the pieces. He was hers. He had always been hers. Dahlia was a distraction, an exotic ornament that had overstayed her welcome. With steady hands, Bianca reached for the landline and dialed Pietro's private number. Her smile deepened when she heard his voice. "Hello, Pietro." "Bianca? You're calling from the landline. Is something wrong? Is Dahlia all right?" His tone was sharp, protective, worried. The sound of his concern made her blood boil. That woman had bewitched him. But Bianca kept her voice light, coy. Everything's fine. Dahlia's doing very well, actually. She's enjoying herself. A pause followed. The silence between them thickened. What does that mean? Pietro finally asked, his voice roughening. Bianca gave a soft chuckle. Nothing really. Just saying you don't need to worry so much about her. Bianca, Pietro's tone hardened. I don't have time for games. Is something going on with Dahlia? Perfect. He was already on edge. Well, she began slowly, we went out today, since you assigned me to watch her. We ran into Miles. And Dahlia, well, she stopped to pick him up. They talked for a while. She seemed quite comfortable with him. Too comfortable, maybe? Are you trying to instigate me against my wife? Pietro snapped. Bianca smirked, savoring the sharpness of his voice. She expected this. Of course not, she purred. I knew you might think that. Which is why, she tapped her phone screen, I recorded their little chat. You can listen yourself. The faint sound of Dahlia's laughter filtered through the line, followed by Miles's voice. Bianca closed her eyes and smiled. Every word of it was innocent, but not to Pietro. Not when jealousy was already gnawing at him. Bianca, Pietro said at last, his tone lower now, uncertain. I love Dahlia, and... But does she love you, Bianca interrupted smoothly, the way you love her? Don't cross that line, Pietro warned. I trust my wife. Don't make me regret trusting you. The line went dead. Bianca stared at the receiver for a second, then threw her head back and laughed. A cruel, delighted sound that echoed through her empty house. Oh, Pietro, she whispered, her smile turning venomous. You'll see. I'll make you see. I'll poison your heart until there's nothing left of her in it. Her laughter deepened, low and dangerous. That woman doesn't belong in your world, she hissed under her breath, swirling the last of her drink. It's me, Pietro. It's always been me.
Chapter 24. Pietro. I sighed and cut the call, but Bianca's words kept scratching at the back of my mind. Of course, I knew Dahlia wouldn't cheat. She wouldn't trade what we have for anything in the world. Bianca's feelings were obvious. She'd let them show in the way she moved, in the way she watched me. I'd been dangerous with women long before Dahlia, too easy to charm, too easy to take, but marriage had changed me. Dahlia had caged my heart, and I wouldn't let it be stolen. Bianca was trying to poison me, to make me read betrayal into a laughter or a glance. I wouldn't let her. I bolted from the chair. Before her call came through, my men had already reported a break. Vital's location had been found. The bastard had been hiding since Esteban's head arrived at his doorstep. I still saw Esteban's blood on my hands, and that memory brought a bitter, cold smile to my lips. I had ended him. I'd do the same to anyone who touched my family. But first, I needed information. Vitali knew where we'd been in Mexico before the attack. Someone on the inside had to have told him. I grabbed my keys and left. The engine growled to life, and I drove hard toward Vital's safe house. This was no social call. My men had already taken positions when I arrived. The neighborhood smelled of spent gunpowder and fear. Blood streaked the walls inside, evidence of the firefight that had gone on before we came. I stepped out, suit straightened, gun warm against my hip. Thomas met me first, the rest of the capos shadowing behind him. Took you long enough. Vital's in there, he said. Probably fucking some whore. Imagining she's Dahlia, Dante muttered, tucking his gun away. I rolled my eyes but kept my jaw loose. This was not the time for jokes. Any sign of Ivan? I asked, turning to Cesare and Rocco. Silence answered me, then Rocco shrugged. He's been quiet. Quiet could be good, or it could be the silence before a knife. Either way, we deal with Vitali first. We moved through the house like a tide. Broken glass and upturned furniture tracked our path. Blood marred the wallpaper. Somewhere in the room, a king-size couch sat as a grotesque throne. Vitali slumped on it, shirt torn, nose bleeding, rage flickering in his eyes when he saw me. He tried to stand and failed. One of my men leveled a pistol at his ribs. I walked to the minibar and poured a glass of Hennessy, the amber liquid steady in my hand. When I sat opposite him, I kept my voice flat and casual. "Vitaly Perez," I said, savoring the name. "Isn't it a pleasure to see you again?" He spat curses at me and slammed a fist into the armrest. He was loud, performative, dangerous when he believed he could still play the bravado card. I set the glass down and watched him, patient, cold. "You came to my house with your goons, killed my men. What, you expect me to thank you?" He snapped. "You sent men to shoot me and my wife," I said, slow. "When they almost killed us, I didn't forget. I'm not here for theatrics, Vitaly. I'm here for answers." He smirked, as if daring me to prove it. My smile bared my teeth. "How sure are you that I am responsible?" he shot back, trying to steer the conversation. A weak play. I stood, the room tightening around us. If he thought a bluff would save him, he was wrong. I pulled my gun and placed it on the table, deliberate, visible, a promise. His eyes flickered. "Good. You don't underestimate me," I told him, every word wrapped in steel. "You do not get to order hits on my family and walk away. In the coming days, you're going to tell me everything. Who hired you? Who on the inside fed them our locations? If you lie, I'll spill your insides like secrets to the soil." The words left my mouth without tremor. Vitel's face changed. I watched the bravado crack. That's when the real work began. We weren't done with threats, we were starting with them. I wanted answers. And I wanted to make sure everyone who thought of crossing me understood the price. I tightened my grip until I could feel his pulse thudding under my fingers. His breaths came in ragged gasps, eyes wide with a panic that tasted almost delicious against my tongue. "You must have seen the gift I sent," I said, leaning in close so my voice was a snarl. "Esteban's head on your doorstep. A nice display, wasn't it?" Vitaly spat bitterly, trying to sound steady. "Esteban was careless." "Careless gets you killed," I said, watching his jaw tremble. "My flight crew told me what you arranged. The co-pilot, the hostess. I ended them both." His laugh was a thin, brittle thing. "You kill people, Pietro, and now you want to kill me for trying to kill you." I gave his shoulder a casual pat and sat back, the glass of Hennessy steady in my hand. "Not yet." My voice was ice. "I told you to stop traffic, stop using children in your business. You kept going. That makes you worse than any of my enemies." He barked back, venomous and defiant, calling me a hypocrite. I let him rail, let him burn his bravado on the truth. Then I stood and closed the distance between us in 2 long steps. When I grabbed him by the collar, he thought it theater. He understood the moment the floor hit his back. I drove my boot into his forearm until he cried out. The sound of his pain was clean and unsoftened. "How did you know we were in Mexico?" I demanded. "Who told you?" He tried to laugh it off, then coughed blood, the fight bleeding out of him. "You think you're clever, Pietro. Your enemies are inside your walls. I did what I had to do." I didn't give him time for more words. My fist found him in places that made him howl, and the room tightened around each one. "You sent men after my wife and me," I said between blows. "You kept trafficking children. You think I'll forget?" He spat blood and finally wheezed a name, careless, defiant. Not Maya, not me, but a promise of rot inside my own circle. "I didn't kill Maya," he croaked. "Watch your house. Your family will destroy you." The words were a knife and a warning both. I let the fury roll through me once more, then barked orders. "Take him to the cellar. Strip him. Make sure he talks when he wakes." My men hauled Vitaly up, half-conscious, leaving a smear of blood across the carpet as they dragged him away. When the door shut, the room felt colder, smaller. "Do you realize what he's saying?" Luca asked quietly at my shoulder. "I do," I said, the weight of it settling like iron in my gut. "There's a rat among us. Closer than we thought."
Chapter 25. The room smelled of dust and old smoke. A single bare bulb swung from the ceiling, its slow creaking arc the only noise besides the rasp of a cigarette. A battered sofa was the room's only furniture. A man with rumpled brown hair and cavernous hands lay half-reclined on it, eyes tracking the ceiling as he exhaled lazy plumes of smoke. A soft rap at the door. The man's mouth curved into a small, amused smile. Heavy footsteps and a low chuckle answered the knock. A younger man stood in the doorway, coat unbuttoned, eyes bright with something like mischief. "I've been waiting for you," the older man said, voice rough as gravel. The newcomer crossed the room and dropped into the shadow beside the sofa. "It wasn't easy," he admitted, "but I'm back on track." They embraced briefly, a brutal businesslike hug. "Maxim. Ivan would be proud," the older man murmured as they broke apart. Maxim's grin was sharp. "And you too. You've earned the name the Ghost." They laughed short tense, then the mood slid into knives. The older man moved to the window and stared out at the empty field beyond, the night swallowing the horizon. "We don't have much time," he said, urgency threading his words. "Pietro will be back soon. We have to strike while he's away." Maxim nodded, stepping closer. "The flash drive is the key. Get that, and we have everything." The Italians crumble. The older man's smile thinned. "Do you have a plan?" Maxim's eyes went dark with intent. "Of course." He didn't hesitate. "Dahlia." The name landed like a stone. The older man's face shifted, matching the cold in Maxim's voice. "She'll be our golden card," Maxim said, slow and certain. "Pietro's weakness is her. Use her and everything else follows." Dahlia sat on the couch, a magazine open but her eyes unfocused. Days inside Pietro's mansion blurred together, wake, eat, wait, sleep, repeat. With him gone, the house felt too large, too quiet. She understood his need to keep her safe, but sometimes the protection felt like a cage. A knock at the door broke through her thoughts. "You have a visitor, ma'am," the maid said softly, head bowed. Dahlia looked up and blinked in surprise. "Miles? I didn't expect to see you here." "Thought I'd drop by," he said, smiling as he stepped in. "Please sit," Dahlia offered warmly. Then to the maid, "Could you bring us something to drink?" The girl nodded and disappeared. Miles's gaze drifted around the spacious room, taking in the marble floor and high windows. "Looking for something?" Dahlia asked with a faint smile. He shook his head. "Not really. Just taking it all in. It's quiet. Almost too quiet." Before she could reply, the maid returned with orange juice and a tray of cookies. Miles thanked her, then waited until the door closed again. "So," he said casually, "where's your husband? The place feels empty without him." Dahlia exhaled, lowering her glass. "He's abroad. Business trip." "That explains it." He tilted his head, studying her face. "You miss him, don't you?" She gave a small laugh, though her voice trembled. "Miss him is an understatement. I miss everything, his voice, his scent, the way he makes this house feel alive." "I can tell," Miles said quietly. "You light up just talking about him." She smiled, wistful. "I can't help it." Miles hesitated, then leaned forward. "Actually, I came here for something else. My company's expanding. We're hiring for a cybersecurity position. You've always been brilliant with IT. I thought you might be interested." Her eyes widened. "Really? That sounds amazing." Then her excitement dimmed as quickly as it came. "But I can't make that decision without Pietro." "I understand," Miles said easily. "But it wouldn't hurt to come see the place, right? Just look around. Then you can decide after you talk to him." Dahlia frowned, chewing her lip. "Pietro wouldn't like that. He's protective." "Protective or controlling?" Miles teased lightly. Her eyes snapped up. "He's not controlling." "I didn't mean it that way," he said quickly, hands raised in surrender. "I just think it's a shame. You're too talented to be locked inside these walls. Come by, just for a visit. No pressure." Silence stretched for a long moment. Dahlia could feel her heart race at the idea of doing something, anything beyond the house. Finally, she nodded. All right. I'll come see it. But only because you asked. Miles smiled, a flash of triumph hidden behind his charm. Perfect. Let's go then. You'll be back before anyone notices. He gestured politely for her to walk ahead. Dahlia smoothed her dress and stepped past him, a flicker of nerves in her chest. From the shadowed corner of the room, a pair of eyes watched them leave. Bianca held her phone steady, recording every second of their conversation. When the door closed behind them, she stopped the video and replayed it, a cold smile curving her lips. Let's see how you handle this, Pietro, she murmured. I'll make sure you believe every lie I feed you, until you destroy her yourself. To be continued. Next book, Dark Craving. Avalilable now. Dahlia. He promised me forever. But forever in the Mafia is written in blood, not vows. Pietro's secrets are catching up with us, ghosts, betrayals, sins we thought we'd buried. I should run. But how do you escape the man who owns your heartbeat? Pietro. The crown I wear is forged in death, and the woman beside me is the only light in my darkness. But kings don't get happy endings. I've made too many enemies, and the only way to save Dahlia might be to become the monster she once feared I was. If I can't have peace, I'll take vengeance. And she'll still call me Amore Mi, even if I have to bleed for it. This is Book 3, in the Dark Devotion series. Reading order. Dark Instinct, Dark Temptation, Dark Craving. Also by Anya Sugar.
Dark Devotion series. Dark Instinct, Dark Mafia Romance. Dark Temptation, Dark Mafia Romance. The Sin and Redemption Duet. Sins I Crave, Dark Mafia Romance. Sins I Confess, Dark Mafia Romance. The Walker Brotherhood series. In Blood We Trust, Dark Mafia Romance. In Shadows We Burn, Dark Mafia Romance. In Silence We Reign, Dark Mafia Romance.